Hello, hello. Just setting up the stream real fast. Well, hopefully, OpenAI lets us make some requests soon so we can have our stream. If not, we'll work on something else. Give me just one sec to sort this out. So we have credits ready to use, but too many requests still. Haven't made any requests today. Oh, it looks like our account is locked. Hmm. I'm working on some on another screen. Don't really want to show my OpenAI credentials on stream, but I will be right back. I posted the game to itch.io last night, and I'm wondering if there are a lot of people playing. I'm just blowing through all my credits. Good problem to have. Check my analytics. I guess I can check it over here so the stream's not dead. If you're not following me on itch.io, I have the same name there. got a few games posted. Feel free to go play them as soon as they work. But you'll see, this is the game we'll be working on today. It's just about done. I put an early access build up on itch last night so I can share it on the stream. If you want to play it, feel free to go to this URL and you can just click in and click run game. It'll play. You got screenshots, description. I'll show you around the game in just a minute. But let me check the analytics. That might be a lot more people playing it. Let's see here. We could generate ourselves a new API key just for this stream. Though, let me double check the API key we're using. You can see the beginning of it. It's all okay. JP. That is not in my API keys. Well, that explains why it's not working. Doesn't explain how it worked yesterday, but let's go ahead and just create ourselves a new one real fast. Let's see. And let's see here. Let me grab it. We'll plug it in. Sorry for the delay getting the stream going. I did not expect to have API key issues. But we got our new key now. And let's see if we can load on in. And I will double check the stream is all looking good. Alright, cool. We looking good. I'm going to also join the voice call in our Chromagolem Discord, so if you want to hang out in there, there's a link to our Discord as well. Feel free to pop in. Cool. So, this is our game. Let me just make sure everything's working before I start talking on through 10 minutes late, but all good. This is a game that I've been working on the past couple weeks. It builds on what Andrew and I submitted to the AI and Games Game Jam about a month ago, where we built a retro brawler where you beat people up on the street and then a cop shows up and there's a conversational component where you need to lie to that cop and convince him you're innocent. So you either are let free, so you can continue on the beat 'em up, or you're taken up to jail and you lose. So we thought it was really interesting to build that conversational component into like a retro game, because it's technologically something that wasn't really possible at the time. Kind of juxtaposed with a classic style. People really liked the conversation. They liked coming up with crazy stories and like trying different approaches to convince the police that they were just out walking their dog or like on their way to work, or that the police was actually the person beating people up and they were the police. Lots of different open-ended strategies you can go with these conversational games that use GPT or GPT-like models on the back end. So the brawler aspect was kind of just like a classic, no innovation there, but the conversational component we got a lot of really good feedback on. People really liked it. So this game builds on that. Instead of one person that you talk to, lie to, do really whatever you want with, you now have an entire company of people that you can talk to. Your contacts are limited to your coworkers. You will be, as you can see here, that it's kind of a little spoiled. You start out logged in as Alice, who is a really low-level intern at this company. You happen to be a hacker who has infiltrated her computer in some way. She has a virus.exe file on her computer that she theoretically ran, and that's how you gained access to her computer. So from her computer, you have access to browse through her file system, talk to all of her coworkers. We might build in some other stuff you can do, maybe send emails, open a terminal, like look up other employees, read more about them. We will basically today we'll play through and kind of do a lot of polish. We're going to focus a lot on the new player experience, making sure a player isn't just dropped in and said, go wild, because it is a very open-ended game. We want to kind of guide them at the start of just showing them what they can do, letting them break free whenever they want, but a little bit of guidance at the beginning to kind of open up that kind of tutorial stage. One thing that we noticed when building our retro brawler is people really liked typing their own messages to the police officer, but we also gave them 3 canned messages during the conversation that they could choose from. And what we saw was people basically used those more as examples and prompts of like things they could say, how long their message should be, how it should be formatted, what tone to take, that sort of like indications for the communication, like guidance points. But ultimately they did type their own message. So we kind of want to take those learnings and apply them here. Right now it is very open-ended. You just type your own messages. We have some existing chat conversations that we generate on the back end to give a little bit of that guidance of like, here's how these 2 people communicate, here's how these 2 people communicate, here's the general length of messages that you should type or could type, just as an example. Here's a tone between these people as an example. That sort of guidance. So the balance we want to hit is showing players how they can interact with these LLMs, but not forcing them to interact in any certain way, because I think that's the ultimate strength of generative AI in games, is that it ultimately allows players to play however they want to play. But with traditional games that are very railroaded, players, or at least like people that play a lot of games, kind of have this sense of there's a right and wrong answer, or a right and wrong way to play games. So they're kind of attuned to these kind of industry expectations of like, oh, I'm supposed to do this based on these factors in the game. If I'm playing a platformer and I see a cliff that I can't quite jump up to, obviously that cliff is there for a reason. probably later I can jump higher. I need to remember that's there so I can come back. That sort of like unspoken indication in gaming is something we're trying to break people away from. Because in, for example, an older conversation, an old game, there might be certain keywords you're supposed to hit, like, oh, if your goal is to convince this person that you're innocent, you might need to mention this, this, and this. And then the code itself is very hard-coded to say, like, oh, did the player mention this, this, and this? Or in more complex situations, they might say, like, how many of these things did the player mention? And then roll a dice saying, oh, they rolled 2/3, or they mentioned 2 of the 3 things that would prove they're innocent. Okay, they have a 66% chance of this person thinking they're innocent. Let's roll a dice. Just to add a little randomness based on the response. That's kind of the old approach to conversational games, where there is this very specific path you're supposed to go down. Whereas with these LLMs that we are working with here, we're trying to provide a lot of different paths that you can go down to accomplish the same goal. We obviously are hard coding in a few like end results, but how you get there is up to you. So the big end result in this game is convincing a coworker, one of Alex's coworkers, to run your virus.exe file. So obviously there's a lot of different ways you can go about doing that. You can just lie to your coworker. You can say, hey, this is that expense report that I was supposed to send you earlier. Like, go ahead and run it. It's up to you. Like, just let me know when you're done with it and I'll let your boss know. That's pretty compelling. That's one approach that the LLM, you can have a conversation back and forth, and we encode that state into the LLM of, are they executing the file or not with each message? So you can have this conversation, you can convince them to run the file, and it's really up to you how you get to that endpoint. If you wanted to take a more threatening route, say like, hey, I have your family, or like, I'm going to fire you, or I found this dirt on you, I need you to run this file and you'll be fine. Like, if that's how you want to play, you can play it. If you want to be super stealthy, you can. If you want to be very aggressive, you can. Anything in between, you can. We build the points that you want to get to. Basically a chain of nodes throughout the game that you're trying to get from here to here to here. But how you go about getting there is very different because of the open-ended nature. Well, cool. I have completely lost my train of thought, what I was talking about. Why don't I go ahead and show you the game? This is You Are Not Alice. As a nice little reminder, let me I'll add a little link to the stream of where you can go ahead and play it right now. And feel free to go play it if you would like. We'll say play You Are Alice at joseph.itch.io/ what is that URL? That's what I thought. You Are Not Alice. Cool. And just so we are not taking focus away from a window that needs focus, let me go ahead and just add this as a window capture in OBS. Cool, let's put that down there. And if I were good at OBS, I would know how to crop this offhand. I don't. It's probably fine like this, but we can now take this off the screen. Let's see if there's a super easy crop functionality. If not, that's fine. Transform, rotate, flip, fit to screen, center. I think it's fine. We'll leave it. You know what? We'll just do the cropping like that. Cool. So this is our game. The things that we are going to be looking at on this stream is the new player experience. Right now there's a very brief cutscene, doesn't really explain anything, and then you're dropped into Alice's desktop, and it's up to you to do whatever it is you're going to do. We want to look at ways to guide the player a little more and say, like, here are the things you can do. On the stream, we also want to look at what I want to call, like, intuitivity. When you're interacting with this desktop environment, obviously it pulls a lot from the desktop environment that people are used to. So there's a lot of really basic core functionality that doesn't exist. For example, resizing windows in the game, or like right-clicking on stuff, tooltips. You can drag and drop files into the chat application, but you can't drag and drop files like into other folders or reordering files, stuff like that. It's all very, the core gameplay is there, and now we are polishing up things that like players might expect to be able to do. So that's what I would call intuitivity. Being able to like click the title bar on a window to bring it to the foreground instead of having to drag it. Stuff like that. And the third thing I want to look at on the stream is the look and feel. So obviously the start screen is very stylized. I would say it looks pretty good. I like the visual storytelling between you are not Alice, and then the start button is login as Alice. I like that a lot. But once you get into the desktop, it's a lot more flat. The windows are basically black boxes. They're very slightly styled, but anything that we can improve on that end to make it feel more interactive, more fun, like custom cursors, adding tooltips, like branding the chat application, making the file browser look a little less basic. Particle effects, glow effects, a lot of the typical like game feel that you would get in other games. That's like volumetric effects and particle effects and post-processing, stuff like that doesn't necessarily apply to this sort of 2D desktop simulator genre. But we'll still look around and see if we can get like maybe CRT effects when you're transitioning from computer to computer, or like a custom cursor, more like lerping on any animations we have. Anywhere we want to add, I don't know, keyboard shortcuts, or yeah, that sort of like branding on applications, make the windows look a little more lively, kind of let you immerse yourself more in this experience of being this hacker. So that's the three big things that we'll look at on this stream. The new player experience, this category of intuitivity, what they expect to be able to do in this environment, and then also the looks and feel of the actual game. Cool, so as we log in here, we'll get a little cutscene. I will let you watch it. And this basically hides all of the LLM generation that's going on in the background. When you start a new game, it's creating file systems, conversations, everything that you're going to see, minus the employees right now, like the general setup, is created on the back end. I am noticing we have no sound from the game, which seems fine for the stream, so it doesn't drown me out. but normally you'll also have like kind of this rainy mood weather playing. There's some ambient music that's kind of spooky, sci-fi. And you also get this kind of office ambient typing effect of just everyone around you typing on their keyboards, which sounds really nice. If you want to play the game in your browser, you'll hear all that, but maybe on the stream you'll just hear me. But here's this brief introduction on how to play. So this is all the players get. You have full access to read all of Alice's computer files. You can also masquerade as Alice and talk to her coworkers. Your goal is to convince any coworkers to run a virus.exe file, and then you'll gain access to their computers too, which we'll see. Click through how to win. This is an open world social engineering sandbox game. There's currently no win conditions, which is something we might look at later or build in later. But for now, I think this is a good open world demo, so we're not going to worry too much about win conditions. You're free to set whatever goals you want and play however you want. If you find a particularly fun way to play, you can leave a comment for others. So if you want to see how few jumps it takes for you to go from intern to CEO, find the optimal path, make sure you're infecting just those people, that might be fun. I don't know, if you want to infect like a whole department and simulate conversations between them, that might be fun. If you want to make it a dating simulator and try and hook up certain people and set up dates for them, you can do that in the conversations. It's all very open-ended. So yeah, basically play however you want to play. Let's log into Alice's computer. So here we are. We are controlling Alice, the intern's computer, and you can see it's very unguided right now. So you have this drop down for all of your infected computers that you can access. You've got a clock, and you've got an application URL, which is really all you need, but we want to be thinking about that new player experience. So before I open up some applications, let me I'll go through some thoughts on what you might add. It may be worth adding some sort of tutorial mode or like introductory scene where you're given a chat with a specific person, and you're also given a file browser with 1 or 2 files, and your goal is just to convince that person to run your file. Thematically, that could work well if you are, maybe you've got like a generic hacker background, and the person you're talking to is Alice, and you have hacking tools, and you're convincing Alice to run that initial virus.exe file. That might be a way to kind of have that guided experience at the beginning. Show the player that they can talk however they want. Maybe we could even give like some canned responses there, kind of drawing from what we learned from that retro brawler, and the canned responses having a big effect on people using text input a lot more. And that might be a good way to kind of distill all these core components into just, here's the core gameplay. Once you've done that, you have freedom to do whatever you want. Alternatively, what we could do is take more of a story-driven approach. We could have a lot of static content that doesn't change. All of this is generated when you start up the game, so it's different every time. However, the employees are the same. What we could do, for example, if we wanted the player to start with a hint that they might want to infect Carol next, which is intentionally the easier between her boss Bob and boss's assistant Carol to infect. What we could do is when you open Alice's computer for the first time, instead of having this blank desktop, maybe she has left a window open. Maybe she's left an email open about like, hey Carol, maybe she's emailed like her friend saying, hey Carol at work is really easy to manipulate in this way. So if you're just starting out the game and you see that, maybe you're like, oh okay, who's Carol? I know I'm supposed to be manipulating people, let's go check out chat. Maybe even Carol's chat window is still open and the email's over here. So it's very clear like, oh, this is how you manipulate Carol. Chat window's already open. Might as well give it a try. If the player wants, they can scroll on back and see previous conversations to get these examples of content. I'm just now realizing that we need to add the avatars to the actual chat. So I'm going to go ahead and start a list of stuff to change on stream. We're going to talk a lot about options, but that is a definite. Add employee avatars to chat windows. That's a definite thing we do want to change. So other things we could do for this new player experience, we can expose this application drawer a lot easier, take away that extra click to get to it by moving it to like desktop icons, which might be more traditional ways that people open applications on their computer instead of always going through the start menu. I know I don't scroll through this every time I want to start something. You could have pinned stuff, move these into the actual drawer itself. There's the question of whether we want them to show up in the drawer when they're open or not. I think it's an interesting design decision for this operating system, intentionally making it different than what people are used to, just to kind of make it feel like its own operating system. So right now, you can minimize stuff. That's how it shows up in the dock, but if you close it, it doesn't. Or if it's open, it doesn't show up there, obviously. And I think other things that could be, like, could make it a little easier to ease into the game. I don't know if they would be distracting or not, but they kind of overlap between this new player experience and intuitivity, is adding more applications. So if we want to also add maybe an email application, or what we probably do want to add is a people tool, so you can look up employees, like, and see who their boss is. Maybe there's a brief description of them. It's got their profile picture. So that not only would let you default to yourself, so if you log in as Alice and you click the people tool, you can read about the person that you are playing as. Hey, I see a message. Not too much is up. I'm just working through this game. Curious to see your opinion on whether it looks fun, what might you change. There is a link at the bottom right of the stream if you wanted to play yourself, but just kind of rolling through and talking through what all we could change, because all the core gameplay now is done, and we're just prepping it for release and getting all those not quite low-hanging fruit, but just polishing it up and making it look great. So thanks for joining. But yes, other applications we probably want to add are that people tool, because I think it's important to, for immersion purposes, if you log in as Alice, it'd be nice to give you a little background on her, and when you're logging in later as Carol, you can read more about her. But it'd also be important for gameplay of, for example, if you're trying to infect Bob, you could use that people tool, read up on Bob, maybe get a sense of like what he really wants out of work, or what he I don't know, is afraid of, something like that, where it gives you these hints into the conversational aspect. We could also add like simple games. Like I really loved Jazzball on the old Windows computers. It'd be fun to do a game in a game, but that's kind of a little bonus we don't necessarily need to do. Obviously, an email client might be interesting where you can, in addition to browsing through this person's files, which gives them a lot of, or gives you a lot of insight into what they're like, you could also browse through their emails. It's a lot more generations to be done, which is fine, but it also might have a lot of overlap with what we have already. It's kind of a blend between browsing through all their files versus browsing through all their emails to read about them and like talking to people. So why would you email somebody if you could also just message? Maybe that's very millennial of me to say. Other applications we could add are like some sort of analytics application for tracking your own stats as a player, how many messages you've sent, how many files you've sent, how many times you've sent a file and it wasn't run versus was run. I think those stats could be interesting for players to kind of have a numerical score in this open-ended game that they can try and beat like their own score, or kind of measure different ways to play in different ways. Would probably be simple to add a web browser. We wouldn't just stick a literal web browser in it and let people browse in the game. I don't know. It's just more fluff at that point, but it might make the desktop experience feel more real. We could also add some sort of settings application, which might be a clever way to do like the actual game settings. If you open settings from this person's desktop, you can adjust maybe volume, which ambient sounds are playing, turn off like the music, or turn off the rainy mood, or turn off the keyboard sounds, stuff like that. We could also add some sort of like virus scanner just for funsies. You can browse their files and be like, yo, this looks suspicious, and then you obviously as the hacker are like, no, it's fine. But it might be funny to have a virus scanner. I don't know. Stuff like that, so kind of just giving the player a lot that they can explore, a lot of depth to the game through. But the core gameplay here is through the chat and file browser. So I think what we'll end up doing is we'll probably add the people tool, probably on stream today, so you can look up employees and read about them. And we might also add a terminal, just because it's completely text-based. Should be pretty easy. I think we can probably simulate like command outputs from PvP, so maybe that could also provide like an alternative route to infect, like Bob. Maybe if you can SSH into his computer and guess his password, and maybe he has like password reset questions in the people tool, so you go look up his password reset questions, you go chat with him, say, hey, just trying to remember that icebreaker question from when I first started. What did you say the name of your first dog was? He'd probably answer here. You go reset the password in the people tool. You can now SSH over to his computer with the terminal. That gains you access instead of having to send the virus file over. Kind of just, as I said earlier, defining these points in the gameplay that you're trying to get to, which is infecting each person, but giving the player a lot more freedom in how they get there. Kind of trying to highlight that strength of the open-ended OLMs, being able to respond to whatever you throw at it. Well, cool. So, before I get to talking to people, lastly, just like hammering back to the looks and feel and intuitivity. Obviously, you can't like resize windows. You can't drag files into folders. You can't really reorder files. Whenever you drag a file, it just gets put to the end. Stuff like that, where it's like people might expect to be able to do that. You can't drag folders at all. So I think a lot of what we want to shoot for in these sort of AI games is like that pleasant surprise when something just works. And that mostly happens in AI where you say like, hey, I'm the police and I need you to run this file, and then they do it, or they say like, you're not the police, I can see you from my desk. It's kind of surprising and fun when the game reacts unexpectedly when you are trying things. So it's also very disappointing when you're trying things that should work, like dragging folders and files around, and it doesn't work. So we want to avoid that like juxtaposition there of maybe a player comes in and says, yeah, this seems very open-ended and fun. I can't even drag files around, so I don't expect anything magical from this either. You gotta get that kind of core functionality in. So we'll build some of that on stream as well. And lastly, yeah, just kind of making these windows look nicer, branding this up a little bit instead of it just being a black box. But let's go ahead and let's play some game. And let's kind of see these friendship scores. Obviously Carol is the easier one here. Let's scroll up and see like seem like a good rapport. Talking about financial reports. Need some help with that. So right now I'm working on a financial report. So now we're saying thanks again for the help. I just finished the financial report and we'll send a second. Mind taking a look. Finances, accounting. Cool, so now we've kind of primed her for receiving a file, which we do, and the friendship score is very sudden. It went up, so that's probably one thing we want to do is lerp changes to friendship scores, so you can kind of see it going up or down based on your messages. Maybe we also want to add that score to like the actual chat window. Add friendship. So you don't have to have this chat application also open. So let's go ahead and grab our virus techniques file and send that over. We can also add like professional goals. She's going to go ahead and look at that file. We can see in the console here that we are generating all of her files and conversations, so we know that she has run the file, but if you're actually playing the game, what you'll hear is on top of the like rainy mood, the rain sounds in the background when they start running the file, and also when the infection happens, which happens after all the generations are done. Then you also hear lightning sounds, which is kind of cool. It's just like an audio cue that something is happening. Either you convince them to run the file, or you've just infected them. And also what you saw here, the decryption pop-up here, is actually just generating that file in the back end. When you use GPT-4, this is much faster. GPT 3.5, which I'm using for the stream today, so I can play around and generate as much as I want for free. It is a lot slower, but it could be interesting to have some sort of like mini game where you're clicking on stuff, like helping the decryption while this is happening. But if it's fast enough, it's probably not worth building. But cool, what we saw here was she executed the file, we generated all the stuff in the back end, and then it infected her, which you can see in the chat window now. You probably also want to add it to the actual chat window, so let's add that as well. Let's say add infected status to chat window. So these are our chat window scores, chat application, and let's do all these at once maybe. And once she's infected, we are capable of switching over to her computer, which is the main gameplay loop there, because we could switch over to her computer now. We get her desktop, where there's a different like typing sound in the background, there's different rain sounds, and so on. But now what you'll see is we have that file we sent her, so now we can send that to her coworkers. We also have her full file system here, which with 3.5 looks very similar to Alice's, but with GPT-4 is a lot more varied, a lot more based on her personality. And we also have new contacts. So we can see Alice is already infected here because that's where we came from. She also has Bob on her contacts, so we can, if we wanted to infect Bob at this point, we could either do so from the perspective of Carol or Alice. Maybe we look up Bob in the people tool and see which person might have better sway with him or easier to manipulate him. We also have a new guy, David, who is, I believe, Carol's boyfriend at work. But he is our link into the sales department. Previously, we've all been very financial assistant, accountant. It's all very finance driven. But Carol is friends with David over in sales, so if you infect David, he has a whole new set of contacts that you can jump to. Other salespeople, his boss, I think the director of sales is over there. If you go infect Bob, you can also go higher up in the company, so you'll get like the director of finance and more senior level accountants. So there's a little bit of a branching network of who you can infect based on who you have infected. So obviously that intern has the least amount of contacts, but as you infect accountants and salespeople and people in new departments and their bosses, you start getting exposed to more and more people in the company. Cool. That is basically the gist of the game. One thing we also want to do is track open windows and where they're at. So when we go back to Alice's computer, say we open up the file browser and scroll over to this folder, go to Alice, to Carol, and then back to Alice, it'll reopen that window where it was, just for immersion's sake. You don't, I mean, being presented by a blank canvas effectively on every new computer is kind of the worst thing that we could show players. So kind of in the same way that we want to show them, have some open stuff when they first start playing to give them some guidance on what to do. We also want to probably do that on each person's computer, and also obviously when you switch back to a computer that you've already been on, you don't want to have your player lose all that context of like what they were doing. Yeah, so we've got a bit of a list here of stuff that we can change and add. Our big change that we want to do, I think, is add a people tool, which we might do first. We might do it after the rest. But before I jump into code, I want to reiterate to everyone watching that if you want to play this game on your own right now, There's a link in the bottom right. It's on itch.io. I'm making this with my friend and co-founder Andrew Knoll at Chroma Golem. We're a couple game developers that are exploring AI in games, different ways you can use AI, what it does well, what is fun, what it doesn't do well, and what's not fun. We're building out these demos right now to explore these kind of different aspects before we work on a bigger game. This game itself is kind of a follow-on after we built a conversational retro brawler for a game jam a couple weeks ago. Got pretty well received, so I wanted to take the parts that worked really well and just make it a lot bigger, add more people, add interconnectivity between those people, and so on. We have a Discord for game developers that should be in the description of this stream. Let me double check that it is. It is not. Actually, it is. If you click the Discord link over by my name, it'll take you to our company Discord where it's open for any developers, indie developers, anybody who's interested in gaming, anybody who wants to learn how to make games. We have a lot of AI tools in the Discord you can use for free. Kind of our own tools we're just making available to everyone else because why not? It doesn't cost us anything else. If we built it for ourselves, we might as well make it open. But yeah, check out our Discord. I'm actually in a voice call in the Discord right now. If you wanted to pop into the stream, say hi, give your feedback on the game while we're working, or just just say hi, hang out. We do these dev streams every Tuesday. We're starting game streams on either Wednesday or Thursday. We'll let you know, and also Saturdays. And yeah, let's get into the code. It's about time. So, let's go ahead and let's open up the chat window first. We've got a few pieces of low-hanging fruit there. I'm definitely going to start with the avatars because that's probably just going to be a one-line change. But let's see how easy these are to knock out real fast because I want to get to this people tool on the stream for sure because I think that's a really core component to giving people more of a backstory on the person they're playing as and also the people they're trying to infect. So chat windows. And if anybody has any like technical questions or anything on like how anything works or like project setup, structure, or anything like that, feel free to hit me up in the comments. I think I have the comments set up to show on the stream now, so I don't get a little sound notification. So you'll see me looking over on this stream or on this screen and making sure I'm not missing something. But happy to answer whatever questions you have or like field any feedback or comments you have as well. But our chat window is powered by a whole bunch of contact display and chat message objects. Let's go check out our chat window where we have all of our messages displayed here in our message prefab. We've got our avatar image, which is set to a default person right now, but obviously we want to set that to our every person has an avatar property. So it should be a pretty quick change if we've got some code that updates our chat message, which I believe is built in the chat window itself. Let's go look at that code. Cool. So it will be in our function that draws the messages. We are clearing out all the messages that we have, and then for each message we want to draw it into the window. We're skipping over system messages, which are included in the conversation history because we passed the full conversation history to OpenAI. But we don't want to display those system messages to the player, which are like, you are tasked with pretending to be this employee with this personality, you're responding to this person, here's your boss's name, here's your coworkers' names, all that we want to be included in the conversation history, but we don't want it shown to the player. So then for each message, we have a little bit of a branching here. So if it is a sent file message, we're showing that little dialogue that says like Bob sent a file, Alice sent a file, instead of an actual chat bubble there. So in our bubble, we're also offsetting it based on who said it. We're creating that prefab, the chat message prefab, offsetting it, adding our speaker label, and flipping our avatar to either be on this side or this side. So this looks like a great place to add just the logic for the avatar's image itself as well. Let's see. So we want, that may be correct, but let me go double check. In our message display, which is this, we want to go into horizontal layout, avatar slot. So let me grab this. And we'll say avatar slot avatar. We get the image component, which is correct. And we say speaker avatar dot sprite is equal to our speaker, which is what do we have? Right, because we actually aren't storing the speaker. We're going to do something like this. The message data is literally just the ChatGPT response, so it'll either be user or assistant. This logic might be backwards, we'll double check, but if the role is assistant, which is the person we're talking to, not the person we are, then we want the avatar to be the person we're talking to's avatar. Otherwise, we want our own avatar. That looks correct. And we aren't getting the image component anywhere else. Just want to double check that. We've got a lot of like transform traversal and getting components here. It's probably worth like splitting all this out into a script that runs on the actual chat message itself. And then we can set all these references by hand and I'll have to look them up or use get component. But for now it's fine. It's fine. But that should add our avatars to the chat window messages. So we'll flip that over to test. And the other things that we wanted to do potentially in our chat window is add that friendship score and the infected status. Both of those are kind of from the POV of the virus that is on the computer, so I'm coding everything related to that in red. So it shouldn't be necessarily like themed as in part of the chat application itself. It's more like the virus application is doing sentiment analysis to determine how friendly someone is, something like that. So it should be kind of clear that I think it's kind of weird for a chat application to kind of bake that in. Could be kind of dystopianly fun, who knows? But unless there's a clear way to kind of design this in, we might skip both of these for now. The infected status, obviously we could just add like a little eye icon here of like they are infected or they aren't. Maybe we add the window icon, which I think we're storing on our generic window manager. Yeah, we have a window icon. So maybe we want to add that window icon here, and then if they're infected, we can just color it red or something. But let's first commit our add avatar images to chat messages. Cool. And in our chat window header, let's go ahead and add an icon, window icon. Let's throw it over here. Let's take the button component off of it, and let's set a default image of, I mean, it's not gonna matter because we're gonna set it on everything, but let's do that. And then we will add that to all the headers of our applications. So we can go in our generic window manager and populate that icon. With an image displayed window icon. We can clean this up a little bit. I feel like maybe we leave this as it is just because, why am I doing this instead of just setting a text window title? I feel like that's going to be way nicer. I mean, it's a marginal difference that changes nothing, but at least it's a little easier to read, less brittle to us, like changing the structure or name of these objects. So now, in our generic window manager, we want, say, let's do a section for each. And let's just keep the names consistent. Cool. Let's refresh that, and so now our displayed window icon gets window icon, and our displayed window title gets title. And when we start this, we want our window icon to be correct. Sprite is that is correct. And if it is null that we haven't set an icon here, we'll get this placeholder. Cool, so that should work for adding the window icon to this application. Let's go ahead and, in our generic window manager, let's do the same to our other application windows real fast. We've got our app drawer. I don't know why my camera is so off on all these. It's a little concerning that that is disabled by default, but I guess that's fine. Chat window has it, contacts window. What is this? Why are you this shape? Oh, it's because my game camera is ridiculous. Switch that back to full HD. That makes way more sense. Yes, so in this header, let's add our window icon. Let's reset its position so we can find it. And let's put it over here. Cool. And we will stretch that in. And then maybe we also stretch this out. Oh, that's... This needs to be anchored properly. For when we do enable resizing windows, we definitely want that all to be fine. Cool, so that makes sense. Let's, before we forget, also anchor this one properly. Cool. We also have a file browser. Let's do the same. Got our header, add a window icon, reset its position. Wonder what this negative height thing is, but we'll check that in a sec. Anchor it properly. Set that, minimize the title a bit. Cool, so that should now, we will need to go back and actually set these references, but let me look and see, why does this have a negative height? This is our actions panel, which includes all these buttons. Is it because resolution is funky? Unclear. Let's move this title in a little more too. Okay, and lastly we have our notepad window. Do the same, window icon, reset position, anchor it on the correct side, and move it in. I know this isn't pixel perfect on any of them, but I'm no artist. And I could use a like horizontal, whatever it's called, horizontal layout group component on the header object itself, but I really don't want to mess with having static size, and figuring out how to get this to fill properly. I really have only used those when I want the grid or like static size on all of them. I know there's a way to have one object fill it out, but just for the sake of it looks good enough, we're going to go with this. Cool, so now we've got our window icon here. Let's go ahead and go through these guys and make sure they've all got these new references that they need. Chat window does, contacts window, needs window title and window icon. File browser also needs it. Let's say window icon and window title. And our notepad as well needs window title, window icon. Cool. Yeah, so let's just add a test. Make sure window icons are working on each window. And cool. So now we can change the color of that icon when they're infected. So let's go back to our chat window manager. And we can say if we are triggering an infection to also change the color of that icon. So I think, yes, here's actually where we want. In the case that they are executing a file, we could set it here. We actually don't necessarily want to set it here because they're not truly infected until they've completed the generation of their file system and contacts. But in the same way we do like a lightning bolt sound when this happens, it might be worth having some sort of visual indicator that this is happening as well. So maybe at this point we start like lerping to red from our color. So let's say, let's add a function here and say lerp color to red. And then we add our lerp color to red coroutine. Pretty sure that's the duration that it should take. So let's say float lerp duration is equal to like, how long does it take to generate stuff? Maybe 30 seconds by default. It's way faster, which is before, but we can do that. We do have a cached value for how long it takes to decrypt files that guides our progress bars on that decryption dialog. We could add something like that for the full generation if we wanted to get more accurate, but I think we can just show like, hey, they're starting to go very subtly. We could set the initial color here. I think it's fine because they're always white. And this guy should be lerp duration. So our image is passed through. We want to say image window icon is equal to, this is the Corpo chat window manager, which exists here. We can just grab this script and then get the displayed window icon. Easy peasy. Exactly that. And then we say lerp color to red for that window icon. And I hate this name, so let's lerp icon to red. And we'll say lerp white icon to red coroutine. It's a very, very specific function that could be generalized and reused elsewhere, but we're not using it elsewhere, so this is fine for now. Cool, so this should, when they execute a file, should now, over the course of 30 seconds, start changing the color of the icon of the window from white to red very slowly. So let's go ahead and say test that. And I think we'll skip over the, you know what, such a muscle memory to Control S Windows all the time. We'll say that is stream changes. But I think we'll skip over the friendship score right now. It's kind of, I mean, it's not really core to the gameplay, and it's not really like core to the LLM's responses even. Like they get a friendship score in the prompt, but it's very open-ended in how it's supposed to apply, very unclear in how it's supposed to apply. It just kind of directs the prompt. If their friendship score is 1, for example, they really hated the LLMs a lot more curt and unresponsive to persuasion, stuff like that. But if it's a friendship score of 100, they're very friendly and bubbly. So that's kind of obvious that that happens in just the responses. You don't really need to see your friendship score is 72 with this person. So we're going to skip adding that to the chat window for now. One thing I want to double check is our logic on setting the avatar for files, because we do only want to set that avatar for chat messages itself. So where did we? Okay, it is only for text messages, that branch. This is the file sending branch, doesn't set the avatar. Cool, so let's go ahead and start up this bad boy. Let's test the things we've changed. Let's fix the obvious inevitable bugs that we introduced. I am using 3.5 Turbo for the stream, so you can see like this generation happening in the background. Just for the sake of basically like production testing, we're going to go through this full generation process each time. That's the testing way. So we'll also go through this cutscene each time. But we'll walk through it. So if we open up a chat application, or any application, we should now have these icons, which is great. Let's put that as well. We've got that. It should match the icon of the dock for when it's minimized. Cool, that actually looks a lot better, I would say. They are a little scrunched on the chat window, so, and also on this guy. Don't really want to make this guy much wider, so it's fine for now. Like, it doesn't need to be pixel perfect. We want to get it fun, more importantly. Let's go ahead and open a file as well. Make sure that that chat icon is correct, but this is looking good. So also we can see that the avatars are correctly displayed in each chat window. With our Alice Carol chat, we have Alice with her avatar and Carol with hers. Alice Bob has Alice and Bob. I know I mentioned this earlier, but one small tweak we might also add to the list is right now if you drag the window it brings it to the front, but clicking into the window should do the same. It does not. So maybe we want to add like a click event on the whole window saying just bring to front. So we'll leave that to like our open-ended window changes, but clicking on a window should bring it to the front. Cool, but we can also see in this notepad we get our notepad symbol as well. Awesome. What else did we need to test? The avatars are working. We haven't actually done this yet. We just added the icon. Oh wait, we did add this. We lerped to red, so let's give that a shot. Alright, Carol, what do we got here? VLOOKUPs. Helping Carol with something. So we say, okay, I just found this awesome tutorial on VLOOKUPs and thought it might help you really well. It's inside this file. Let me know if it helps. Thanks. And let's see if she comments on the name at all. We might want to add like right-clicking on files to rename it. Definitely check it out. Action is none though. Yeah. As soon as you execute the file, it brings up a menu of VLOOKUP functions. I don't know what VLOOKUP is. Learn more about it. Took me about 5 minutes to run through the whole. Okay, so she has the file on her file system, which is coded in. So now we can convince her to run it. We didn't get her in the last message, so she just needed a little extra prompting. But we can now see in progress generation. We can see that red icon coming through, starting to turn more and more red. Maybe we even take it to like 60 seconds or something, because that's, you can see that red so immediately. I would like it to be a little more subtle. But we're gonna wait for the balloon to come through. Cool. That all works. One bug though is if we close this window and reopen it, it is still white. And if we were to switch to Carol's desktop and open our chat with Alice, it's also white. So when we first open the window, we want to also colorize it based on whether they're infected or not. So let's go ahead and add that color infected status on window load. We'll add that, we'll test that, and then we'll move on to that people tool. We are about an hour and a half into the stream, about 45 minutes left. I think we can knock out the people tool pretty fast. Cool, so chat window as we load it. We could add this to the generic Windows script, but I don't want it to apply to everything. I only want it to apply to chat windows. So let's add a flag instead of doing it in a start function and worrying about whether the other component has been, well, I guess this doesn't need to be initialized in order to get this reference. So we will just do it in start. Let's say window icon is equal to get component generic window manager dot displayed window icon, and then, well, so conversation is with, we only want to do this if game manager dot instance dot infected employees, what's it called? Compromised employees, yeah. If it includes the person we're talking to, then we want to spend the resources to grab that icon and just set that icon to red. We don't need to lerp it because at this point they've already been infected. We've effectively closed the window, reopened it, or opened the window to somebody who's already infected for the first time. We just want it to be instantly red on the first frame. Cool. So checking my OpenAI balance over here, I can see people on Itch are going crazy for You Are Not Alice. I can also see some of y'all have opened it up, I bet. That's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. We have blown through about $10 worth of GPT credits in the last hour from people playing it. So, good problem to have. Let's go ahead and test coloring the infected status on the window load. These are all done, so we can kill them. Let's test that, and then let's start on our people tool. We'll start it up. Instinctively went to resize this window. A little reminder that I still need to do that. Let's see here. Awesome. Thank you so much. Nice. Those files are Bob. I helped a ton. And I think it would help the whole team. Thanks. Send over this file. One thing we could do with a little more UI in this is, or side note, seeing this become red, which is cool. We could make it so you can drag in a file that gets like previewed here, so you can send a message alongside it. It might be a little unintuitive that you can't send a file and a message at the same time. I'm not sure. But if that is a problem, we can address it. But we have an in progress generation for her. If we close this and reopen it, it should still be white because she's not yet infected. It was turning red because she's in progress of it. We're going to make sure that this turns red. Oh, well I guess it will turn red now because we were relying on like it turning red when that infection was queued. But if we were to close it now and reopen it, it is now red. And if we switch over to Carol, open her, chat, Alice, it is also red. So it's not necessarily like needed. It's just a nice little visual indicator that this person has been infected as well. Cool, so I think we can start on the people tool now. As a reminder, that's just a tool for displaying all the employees in the company that you can browse through. You can click on one, read more about them. So helps with like the immersion in the game, giving everybody a little bit of a backstory, a personality. It helps with the new player experience because it'll obviously default to who you are. So when you start up this game, you are not Alice, but the people tool will be like, welcome, Alice. Here's your profile that is visible to all the other employees. Um, and I think it'll also help with strategic elements because if you're trying to get to a certain person, you'll be able to see who their contacts are, kind of trace a line from where you're at to them by saying, I need to go Bob, David, Ethan, Fred. Um, and it'll also help a little bit with the planning stage. Let's say, like, I want to infect a or not a CEO. There's only one of those. I want to infect a developer. Maybe you can filter the people tool by developers, or more realistically, just click through and see who's a developer and say, this is the guy I want. He sounds like a jerk. I want to infect his computer and trash talk all of his coworkers, get them mad at him. Or this guy is the guy I want. He's in charge of this server. Maybe he has an application that turns the server off, and that's what I want to do. Something like that. So it gives a lot more planning opportunities, a lot more detail into the world in the game versus just kind of rolling the dice with each new employee and seeing what you get. If you started in as Alice, you see your two contacts are Bob and Carol. Maybe you also look up Bob and Carol in the people tool and you see Carol has Bob as a contact and David, who is in sales. So if you're interested in sales, maybe you're like, oh, okay, Carol is who I want to infect next. But if you look at Bob, you see his boss is director of accounting or something, and you're like, oh, I want to go up the ladder more instead of spreading out into sales. Then it lets you know like what the stakes are, what the rewards are for each person, basically, what they have access to. So what were we doing? People tool, right. This works. So let's give it a shot. We're going to jump over to our debug scene so we don't need to load that cutscene every time. We will. So we have a script, an editor script right now that forces this play button to always play the start screen, which always triggers the generation. So we can disable that and bring these guys in, undisable them. But what's the best way to do this? I can bring over my key that I just changed. Or is it better to just... Yeah, we'll just disable that so we can press play on this scene. We'll enable these guys. Let's go take the new API key, which you'll only see half of, surely, so that's fine. Debug scene. Paste that guy in, which maybe you just saw both after. I'll invalidate the key after the stream anyway. And let's enable those guys because we want them, and then let's disable our editor script so we can run this scene directly. I forget where I stuck it. I would assume it would be in an editor folder. Is it not? And let's just short circuit it here. Okay, so now we can run this scene. We have the OpenAI service. We aren't running needless generations every time we press play. And we have a copy of our game manager, which I'll just say QBcorp here because we updated it in the start screen. This is all just debug, so it's jankily built, but it's fine. So let's kill our existing windows that we're not testing. And let's build a new window, which we will do by just bringing back the windows that we just destroyed. So this guy, we'll unpack it. We will say people tool, which I don't know if that's a standard name. That's what we called it at a large company who shall not be named. This is definitely not named after anything proprietary. Call that people tool. We'll got our icon, this guy. We will set a icon. This is what we're using for chat, so we probably want some sort of like person with a search bar or something that indicates it has information. I mean, info, I guess, could work. A person with a info icon would probably be better. Can always go get more icons. Maybe the book is good. Let's do the book. It's distinct, doesn't overlap. Or let's do the info, I guess. We're doing a face. Let's see here. Context container. We're going to need a much larger window. And we're going to have two sections. We're going to have a list here of all the employees. When you click on one, it's going to populate the display view, kind of the old Android tablet kind of design pattern. So we will have a contacts container and also a, what is this? Is this a panel? Doesn't matter. UI panel, we've got a display view. So background, we'll get a horizontal layout group, which forces child expansion on height, but not width. Context container will be on the left, display will be on the right. Why? Oh, because they have no height or width, either of them. Why though? Context container is 100 width. Guess like 400 width and 600 height. This guy is 700 width, 600 width, 500 width, 550, and 600 height. Okay, we have two things we can position now. We control width and height. Context containers over here. Background, reverse arrangement. Wait, why is the width 0 on this guy again? Do we need a content fitter? Probably not. I hate working with these layout groups, but if we're going to let people resize this window later, I feel like we should, instead of setting the sizes manually. So we will figure out what's the dealio here. Context container. Why do you have width of 0? Because we weren't forcing the expansion. Okay. So how do we adjust the ratio of these two widths? Because they're equal now. We don't want them to be equal. We want this guy to be like 1/3, this guy to be 2/3. We will ask our professional coworker, who shall not be named, for the answer. We'll say I have a horizontal layout group of 2 items. I want the first one to be 1/3 of the width and the second one to be 2/3 of the width. How do I adjust their widths when the HLG has control child width and child force width expand set? Okay. Layout element component, that's the thing, I think. So our parent gets the 2 check marks that we have set, and each children gets a layout element component, which I mixed up with the content size fitter, I think. Yeah. So this guy gets a layout priority of 1, and the other guy gets a layout priority of 2, I think. Total width is 3. Don't know. Value will be adjusted, but I want it to be set dynamically. Let's check. Oh, I see you, Jason. I missed your chats. I need to use layout element component. Excellent. Beware, it won't work instantly unless you modify in the parent layout element the checkbox for child control. Cool. So I do have these checkboxes for the child control set. So I probably need to maybe set those minimum widths, or actually probably preferred width. Yeah. And then this guy is the width. Oh, okay, I set the width 200 and 100. So that looks a little closer. We do, okay, so there's like a minimum too if I do 0. Interesting. Let's bump this guy up to like 400. Let's see what. Okay, so it kind of just collapses into the left-hand side. I'd like to keep those ratios the same. Also, thanks for the tip, by the way. I have not used either the vertical layout group, or like the different layout groups and layout elements that much before. Still kind of getting used to all the dynamic sizing of stuff on different screen sizes. Let's see here. So, preferred width, if we dump that up to like 100 and we resize this window, okay, it kind of scales a lot better that way. Let me see this 0 again, make sure I'm not misremembering how it's scaled, because I think it just kind of, okay, it's kind of the same. Maybe we want a min width actually of about 100. And let's try a min width of 300, 400. Let's say a min width of 200 here, but a preferred width of 400. And then let's resize this window, see how it scales down. Okay, we got our minimums, that's great. We probably should also set like minimums on the actual window itself so we don't end up with this, but this looks good. It keeps the ratio in larger window sizes, and if we were to set a minimum window size, it should be roughly correct. But as it gets larger and larger, maybe we set a maximum on the left-hand sidebar as well. It's not great at handling things like collapsing. It sort of caps out of being used to handle ratios. Setting only a min, and then in code you can tween the value up and down to act as a virtual shrink collapse. Okay, that's a cool way to do it. So we would set a minimum on each and then expand them based on the size of the window. If I understand that correctly. Let me make sure. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate that tip, and I'll keep that in mind for next time. I think for now this is working fine enough for now that I want to make sure that I get to the content of the window before the end of the stream. But yeah, I'll definitely want to look into how these are properly used, and that's a great start. Thank you. You can also grant the rect transform rect value to basically get yourself viewport information to do funds with. What are you working on? Oh yeah, so this is a fake application. I'll show you the full game. I'm working on a game that is basically a open-ended social engineering sandbox where you're playing as a hacker. You've infected somebody's computer and you have access to their file system and their work chat application. Both the file system, the file contents, and the conversation histories, and also new chats with those employees are all built from LLMs whenever you start the game. So I have the employees pretty static right now just for testing, but you can also generate the employees as well. So it could be a different company every time you play. So it's kind of an open-ended kind of social engineering game where your goal is to convince these coworkers to run a virus.exe file that you can send them over chat. And as you infect more and more people, you gain access to their computers as well. So you can jump around from computer to computer and gain access to new coworkers that you're trying to. Here we have Alice's computer. We've got all her files that you can browse through. If you were to click on any of them, say, reports are pretty boring. We got some emails in here. Maybe an email to Bob. It's generating the contents of that in the background right now. I don't want to pre-generate all the files on the file system. Use up a bunch of tokens, but when you switch over to GPT-4, it's way faster. But you can, for example, go over to the chat. You can talk to Carol. You've got a previous conversation that was generated. You can scroll back and kind of see the demeanor. Carol is looking for a report. So we can say, hey Carol, thanks for .exe file that is so delightfully named. Send that over by just dragging it in. We can kind of watch the console down here and see she did go ahead and run it because we triggered this background generation that generates now her file system and all her contacts and previous conversations. I also used Backtrack Linux a lot as a kid, so kind of informed some of this. I think it's called Kali Linux now, and I was really tempted to use their default background for like a tutorial scene where you infect Alice originally. But you kind of get the idea of there's not a lot of hacking per se. It is very more the social engineering side, but I'd love to add some like hacking mini games or something, or like the terminal that you can use to SSH around computers. One idea I was throwing around earlier is in this people tool that I'm building now, you could have like some HR functions like password reset or something. So if you didn't want to go the route of talking to Bob and convincing him to run this super suspicious file, you might be able to look him up in People Tool, try and reset his password, get his password reset questions, and then go over to his chat and be like, hey, when we were doing those icebreakers when I first started, you mentioned your really cool dog. What was his name again? And get some of those answers from him, go reset his password, get into his computer a different way. Still kind of exploring all the different routes that you can take through this company and like adding in a little more routes you can take. But I've been working on this for about 2 weeks now, kind of polishing up this core experience now, and I've got a little demo on itch.io you can play now, but I think I'll release it more publicly after this stream, so if you want to play it, feel free to. It just uses ChatGPT in the background. You don't even need to provide your own key. And my coworker and I are working on some other cool demos with AI, so they should be fun too. The old classic was the dropped USB on the office floor, the free mobile game installation with a mark to install. Yeah, I would love to. One person that I showed this game to showed me this old Flash game they used to play called Cheat, where you're a student in a classroom and you have to like sneak around the classroom, around the teacher to cheat off people's tests, which is kind of cool. And if there were more of like a moving around the office aspect, like you were a rogue employee at the office instead of like a hacker, it would be fun to be able to like walk around the office and leave like flash drives or something around. I'm not familiar with Temple of the Screaming Electron. What is that? But as a side note, we did go ahead and infect Carol now, so we in the game can switch over to Carol anytime we want from her computer. So now we have different background. I don't think game sounds are coming through in the stream, but she has different like music she listens to. There's slightly different rain sounds in the background, different typing sounds. We also have different contacts. So we can jump over to like the sales department through her. We'll hacker forum all the usuals, how to break into vending machines where you can find the infamous cookbook. Oh, okay, audio's coming through fine. Interesting, because I don't hear it in my earphones, so I guess you guys have been hearing the audio this whole time. I was a little more active on an old site called Hacker Threads. Fun times there. But cool, I think I'll jump back to that People Tool window now. That's the gist of what we're working on. Very hacker themed, kind of fun little exploration in how many different conversational AI agents can we add to a game in kind of like a web pattern where you can kind of jump from person to person talking to the others and keep that context and conversation correct. Um, Hypnospace Outlaw. I actually have not. Let me check that out. I assume it's on Steam. 10 out of 10 rating. That's pretty good. Greetings, Enforcer, and thank you for enlisting in the Hypnospace Patrol Department. As the world falls into its slumber, it becomes a bustling global village. Virtual streets aren't going to police themselves. This is kind of the vibe I was originally going for. I'm no artist, so this old like Mac retro style is what I grew up on, so it'd be fun to do some of that. Um, More retro wave and meme, but it might have some inspiration for you in terms of interactions and style. Actually, my coworker and I are also getting into streaming some like games where we're playing like more indie games and commenting on games dev from that perspective. So this would actually be a really fun game for me to play. Maybe I'll grab it and stream it sometime. I loved Angel Fire websites, GeoCities, just throwing GIFs everywhere. Um, yeah, this is a great game. I'm gonna go ahead and wishlist it. I'll check it out. Thanks for the recommendation. It's kind of the same vibes as what I'm going for. It's a little more maybe like 10 years before what mine seems to be set at, but this is giving me some good nostalgia. I wonder actually if I can get some of this like comic shading with like post processing or shader. Just basically severely limiting the color space. I like this though. This is a good recommendation. This is so nostalgic right here. Interesting. Do you do a lot of game development, Jason? Retro Look Pro, Retro Spectrum. Yeah, this is one actually looking pretty good. Let me look at both of these. Oh yeah, and there's like that PlayStation 1 vibe on this guy. Unity contract for 8 to 10 years. Dang, that's impressive. I only started Unity about 3-ish years ago. I wonder if I've seen some of your videos. I am very YouTube focused on learning. Um, I did about 6 months of Godot and 6 months of Unreal, but I've mostly stuck with Unity. That's very cool. You've been with them so long. I'm coming from web development, so very different vibes, like goals for the code. This is a cool shader. Let me check out some of these other ones. Yeah, this right here makes me want to play Spyro. I watch a lot of Jason Wyman. I haven't seen Infallible Code. That's really cool. DHTML is a word that I have not seen in a very long time. And mean stack, I know I have seen that. That's old enough. I think I worked a lot in lamp stacks. Mean, I assume, is it Mac instead of Windows/Linux? You're the other Jason. Interesting. Very cool. Well, thanks for checking out my stream. We're just getting started. Um, I think I've seen a couple of those game dev shows. I'll have to watch more. Um, we are still pretty new to our streaming. We just started our studio, me and my co-founder Andrew, about 4 months ago. So we're trying to get more involved in streaming and YouTube. we've looked at a lot of you guys for inspiration and what works and what doesn't. So I appreciate the Game Devs Pro. I'm gonna have to check out more of those. Glitch effects are cool. Yeah, I actually had a lot of really cool glitch sound effects that I was going to use, but they're so jarring. um, they really clashed with kind of this cozy, rainy keyboard sounds vibe that I was going for originally. It was just so you go from nice rain and keyboard to these glitch sound effects like when you first load into the game. It's very jarring, but I might figure out it's probably a good approach to kind of managing like tension or suspense or something instead of having that flat, just like cozy vibe all the time. There's probably some spots where I want to kind of amp up the hype. When you're doing the marketing and promotion, hit us up. It'd be beneficial all around. Yeah, I would love to do that. Lots of effects and mixing the audio in a more scalable way. Fmod. Let me look at that as well. Also, still very. I've pretty much only used free assets. So I've seen this guy. I haven't really used him, but if there's any paid assets, I have probably used very few of them. But in terms of marketing and promotion, we're still doing a lot of like early demos to get feedback on like what exactly is fun and what's weird. Like there's a lot of AI stuff that it can do but isn't really fun for players. So we're still doing a lot of those demos now, but pretty soon we're going to start working on a bigger strategy game using all of we've learned from these demos. If you wanted to, there's a Discord link in this stream's bio. If you wanted to join that, you can follow along, but I'm also happy to reach out when we get closer to um, more the marketing stage. We'd love to do some interviews with you guys, or just talk and like pick your brain on the experts. Benefit is hands all the pooling and lets you mix audio and you can do all the dynamic stuff like modify music. Yeah, I have a good friend who's a composer who really wants to get more into the dynamic music based on game state. Um, so this is probably actually I haven't really started on that yet. Um, it's probably a really good tip to look into this because I usually start building stuff on my own a little bit and then kind of learn a little bit. And I'm like, wow, there's no reason for me to be building all this if a free asset does it already. This looks pretty legit so far. Yeah, basically so far I've just added tons and tons of audio sources everywhere, which I it has worked kind of fine, quote unquote. But I've already seen a few bugs where like when I transition away from a scene, for example, in the introduction scene, I've got like login sounds and click sounds, but I've also got like background music and uh, the typing sounds and rain sounds, stuff like that. So it's kind of hard to make sure they're all in sync and like adjust the volumes relative to each other and like make sure they all stop at the same time when I'm transitioning out of the scene, stuff like that. So this looks like a good resource to use. Best part is you don't tie to clips, you instead trigger events, and events then run a little timeline. It can loop, braid, fade in and out, taking variables. Yeah, decoupling that logic, music to my ears. Completely remaster and even swap all the sounds in a separate app window. That's pretty nice. I I'm a sucker for good tooling. Um, Anything I can do that makes things a little nicer. I'm actually building right now. This demo is strictly text generation, obviously. But one of the things we could add is image generation, where the file system generation can also got a little library that I built for um, managing like GPT prompts and stuff. But our file system creation library specifies file types, which doesn't include images. Building out a little image generation um, tool right now for building that in potentially next. We'll see. Um, but yeah, I love building tools. I love just like playing with new tools. Anything that makes things a little nicer. I appreciate the tips. This is very helpful. Loads of great free APIs. I would use the TVDB API. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of giving me like the very specific APIs, like the TV database API, giving me a little more ideas for things that I could hook into like the file system generation. Um, One thing that I was considering for like a goal or um, something else to do in this game instead of just like infecting everyone. One thing you could do is find like valuable files. So if you generate a file that includes passwords or something like that, you could exfiltrate them or like send them out and earn some money, basically like hacking this company and getting leaks of their data. But with the like TV database, it would also be interesting to add like maybe illegal files or some sort where maybe Bob has been downloading movies and he's got like all the metadata and stuff for random movies, and you can kind of report him for like more of a, I mean, obviously the route I just mentioned was more an evil route, leaking their data. But if you're going in and like trying to find, if you really want to like play the lawful route, you can report this guy for downloading movies or um, basically probably a lot of interesting, more specific files that you can include versus more generic ones. There's a book one also. Yeah, book APIs. Same with color palette ones. Unity also has a load of Unity services for cloud saves, remote add stuff with addressables. Okay, yeah, that'd be fun. I One thing I haven't played much with in my Unity experience is multiplayer. Andrew and I built a little multiplayer demo where he built a server and I built a client for, I mean, the classic like run around in an empty field as an MMO. We got some friends running around together, which was fun. But multiplayer is something that always sounds so fun, but so daunting to add to anything. Um, it'd be really interesting to have that sort of like a reliance on this server, as you said, where you could drop files in and it changes kind of the state of the game, but having that sort of shared state for everyone playing at the same time. If they, we might not necessarily need to build in like multiplayer where they can see each other, but if it's like a QB Corp is a company and everyone can hack in Alice and it's all kind of the same experience, we could change that. I don't really want to get too much into like live ops or anything like that, but it's a really cool way to provide more of a like multiplayer experience where multiple people get kind of the same experience that could change. Another fun thing to do is more C# based. You can use a folder watcher class in C# to monitor a folder like the save directory. Yeah, I assume that you've played like Doki Doki Literature Club and other more meta games that interact with the actual computer itself. I think that's a natural fit for a game like this, to do a lot more, raise the stakes a little bit. I mean, not in a bad way, obviously, but yeah, if you see people modifying the save file, or oh yeah, Undertale's a classic too. That's a real good idea. Maybe I'll add that. I wanted to add a little more fun things like, obviously if you're remoted into somebody's computer, or if somebody were remoted into your computer and you had some sort of suspicion that they were there, what are you going to do? You're probably going to open up like Notepad and say, hey, who is this? It'd be really cool in this game to have some sort of, or a little more of those like fun events, like that maybe they open up a Notepad and it's a different chat, but they're like talking to the hacker behind. Yeah, and the player itself, like the real world player and their file system, is a really interesting place to go for there. You made a game jam game that would read the Steam apps folder and comment on games they have installed. See, I don't want to walk too far on the line in like a hacking game or a hacking theme game like this. I don't really want to probably make a really interesting horror game if I made the player believe that they were also being hacked. There's probably a lot of really fun ways to use that for sure. That gives me so many ideas that I'm just getting to the end of like this demo. I'm like, maybe I should spend a couple more weeks on this. Yeah, that's fun. That's fun. I like that. Yeah, I almost just want to keep planning more stuff out instead of getting back to the nitty-gritty code. Yeah, I don't know if you were on stream when I mentioned that this game basically is not quite a sequel, but inspired by a game jam game that Andrew and I just made a couple weeks ago. I'll pull it up real fast. It was very, it was only we worked on it for 4 days, so it's very rough, but I'll pull it up and play it. Why not? It's just a little pixel retro brawler where we've got this conversational aspect at the end. Little basic. The theme of the game is copycats. So you have this basic brawler. How much you can get based on but you also have influence to come in and maybe the level you have. So that's good. But after time, basically prompts this police conversation back For the AI in Games game jam, which still no responses, but there's a lot of really cool submissions to this game jam. If you're interested in kind of the conversational take, the theme was copycats, but with the host of AI in Games, it brought a lot of really cool takes on how to use AI in games. And the sponsor of the jam was also I forget the name, but it was a NPC service, like a conversational NPC service. So a lot of people used that, but uh, we learned it enough to kind of get used to it, and then decided the quality of GPT was a little bit better. Yeah. Nice job. I'll get to the next scene. Ah, yes. I think it was in World. Let me take a look. It's probably actually in the Convai, actually. They were pretty good. Their service seemed a lot more tailored towards 3D NPCs. A lot of the setup was like creating the avatar and creating their voice and that sort of setup where you can basically import a T-pose NPC into your 3D world, and he's already rigged up for like conversations. But since we were going with strictly like 2D, it didn't really make a lot of sense for all that overhead, so that's why we switched back to GPT. But Convai looked really cool for maybe more of a, I mean, obviously 3D, but kind of like a more city scale lots of NPCs that you can interact with. They had like activation boundaries and all that, so they didn't initialize until you got close enough. And I think there was some sort of like pre-generation caching, so if you got close, they could generate the response ahead of time. Um, not sold on AI NPCs. Very much a fan of HarryNet. Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at. I'm a really big RPG guy. JRPGs. I'm playing through Sea of Stars right now. I'm almost done. Um, I really like that crafted story. I'm actually before game dev, I did a lot of fiction writing, so very interested in like the storytelling and seeing if I can uh, generate compelling stories with AI. Uh, let me just double check how many hours of Baldur's Gate I have. I don't think it's quite 145, but I understand the draw there. Let's see. Actually, 148. I just started another run of 4 bards. We'll see how well that goes. But just barely. You're probably gonna beat me soon because I don't currently have it installed. I just started some other games. But I think with AI in games, a lot of what I'm most excited with is the like underlying um, generative patterns for like manipulating game state. So a lot of the cool stuff that we're doing in here is like you pass the player's text in and it is like a almost like a classifier of um, does this message mean that the NPC will execute a file, or does it mean that they'll send a file, or other stuff where it's not necessarily generating like text as much as the cool thing is like manipulating the game state from text. Um, but yeah, I think a lot of what we're doing at the start as this company is just kind of exploring all the different ways that it can be used and deciding what's actually compelling and what's fun versus what would be better done as a human and just kind of augmented. Like, for example, right now I have kind of a mix of um, like hard coded employees with personalities. For example, I used ChatGPT to rewrite Pokedex entries to sound like a pirate. I like that. I like that. Um, that's really cool. I actually I built a generative model for Pokemon like sprites, and I was going to build a Pokemon esque game like that. But I generated all these. I was doing some Fiverr for a while for people building their Pokemon games, and I would generate sprites for them in certain like themes and formats. Um, but that's a good example of like it's kind of a tool that you can use to build the thing that you want to build and kind of take away those weaknesses. Like I'm not really an artist, but I am a coder, so I could build a game if I had all these assets. Um, Obviously, it would be even better if I were to like have artists that can do that as well. But I think I'm really leaning on it as kind of enabling me to use the experience of uh, what I don't have, basically. I do I code decently well. I'm less and I write decently well. I'm not as good at art. This person does not exist. I actually grabbed all these avatars from there. I don't think they do like names and stuff, but oh, maybe your second URL got censored out or something. But yeah, I've seen some APIs for generating people. I'm trying to decide, I'm kind of in this middle ground now where I hard code the people and their personalities, but I generate their conversations. Random user.me. Okay, cool. Um, I'm kind of leaning towards more handcrafted, like I build all the people, I build all their personalities. I also build their like file systems and default conversations and stuff, so I can kind of craft more of this story that I want to tell. Like maybe Bob is a really, I don't know, really terrible boss, and I can make sure that I tell that through his files and his conversations. So the player, or I have a lot more control in like the story that's told, but I can still use AI to like generate chat responses and stuff within that context instead of going full on like not quite roguelike, but just like procedurally generated everything every time is the other route. Like instead of even hard coding people in to generate, um, yeah, well, to generate people. Um, Search is something I have not quite implemented. I was thinking about doing it in the people tool that I was building. Um, I think I'll just have a list of people right now. I think kind of the exploration is a little more fun, like in the file system even, or the file browser. I almost added search there, so you can search for like virus.exe or whatever. But I think it's more fun to like click around and discover stuff. So I kind of want to do search just for like convenience sake, but I'm not in a hurry to do it because I think it's phonetic search algorithms. I am not. Is that like breaking things down into phonemes and then searching those, or is it more like, I mean, I assume Postgres probably has like, I know they do lots of different search approaches. Is it just like built into some tool that I would use? Uh, some of the data structures that I'm using are mostly just for um, kind of encoding the data. I've got a tree structure using folders that can have either folders or files. Those folders can recursively have more folders or files. Um, Constructing a phoneme set and oh, in comparison. So that would be really fast. Um, yeah, I think one thing that I will want to look more into um, in terms of search, have an inverted index, has instant lookups. That would be very cool. I haven't looked into what's it called? Uh, like what's it called when you encode text back to the numerical tokens? How ChatGPT generate you a SoundX static class? Okay. And you would search, would you recommend using this sort of like sound-based search for just like searching people's names so you can like cover misspellings? Or is it like searching through conversations? What are we searching here? Because I've done some like just basic fuzzy searching, but it's interesting to see different approaches to search and like what they excel at. Yeah, yeah. I never know how to spell Alan. Um, yeah, that's a good call. Maybe I should do that. And if I add a search to like the people tool, break them down into the phonemes to search instead of trying to match the exact spelling. Yeah, Levenstein distance for everything. Um, yeah, that's true. Because like Alan, Alan, and Alan with a Levenstein distance are obviously going to be ranked towards the top because um, they're obviously going to be, or probably going to be the lowest distance of what you're searching for. So in like this small cluster of possible names, and you're like bubbling it. Thank you for posting that. I'll check it out in the Discord for sure. Um, I think as we get more and more data to search through is when the search will become a lot more important. One thing I want to incorporate more is um, we have all these files and their contents in the file system, but none of those are incorporated in the chat conversations. Or even just like if you just look at chat conversations, if I message Bob and I say, "Hey, are you going to the party on Friday?" Um, if I then switch to David and I message Bob again and I say, "What day is the party?" He's not going to use that conversation, that first conversation in the context, so he won't know the party is on Friday. I forget what that type of database is called. I know ChromaDB is one. Um, but basically, I want to be able to search or quickly search through all the file contents and conversation contents in order to find anything that might be relevant to include in the prompt that I'm passing over to the LLM so I can get more accurate responses and keep things consistent throughout this world versus kind of losing that context where if I message Bob and say, "Hey, are you going to the party on Friday?" and then I message him as another person and I say, "What day is the party?" he might just hallucinate any other day. Um, go one step further. If you use TextMesh Pro, which I assume you are, you can use Link ID to generate a hyperlink in text so that you can listen to an event of and open the file in your app. Oh, okay. Um, so in my chat window, please don't judge me if I'm not using TextMesh Pro. I know in some cases I am not because I haven't ported over an old font file that I'm using, and I'm using text for that. But I believe that in my chat message, I do have. I will port that font over and I will use TextMesh Pro. I've been putting it off for so long. Actually, it's just using legacy runtime. So actually, it'll probably even look nicer with the default TextMesh Pro. Let me look. Let me just do that real fast so I can see what the link ID, how that works. Let me make sure all my changes are committed. Let's see here. So I'll just want to replace the text with TextMesh Pro. I think I have some text references that I'll want to update. But so if I do a like link 1234 message, also fun pack, don't realize any game preferences, you set the default TMP fun. Yeah, that's a good call. I did not realize that, and I will do that. With links, will they color by default, or should I also color blue or whatever? Um, I can look all this up later actually, but just wanted to see the link style because it looked cool. That's a good call because I might use that with like sending files maybe or linking to direct files. By default, it doesn't look like a link. Yeah, I probably want to also like underline it, style it somehow. But you make tags and then make rules for them. Just checking out how it's used. Click this. The docs explain literally nothing. This doesn't work and I have no idea how to do anything. Okay, link ID. It is unique. Okay. Use it to add controller icons in text. You can also use a sprite scriptable object to make a list of your own emojis. So for example, if I were to look at this remote desktop viewer and maybe take a look at my tutorial balloon, I would want to define a sprite here and definitely not just have my applications icon overlaying a bunch of space in my text. That is also good to know. I think there's so much that I don't know. It is fun to learn basically the correct way to do all of the hacky things that I've done. It is fun working with just a friend and learning from YouTube, but maybe maybe a class or something is in order soon too, just to fill in those gaps. We have all done it. Yeah, I feel like I mean, it's kind of in every field. Like they say, fake it till you make it, and that if it works, it works. But you got to find the right way. Small army of break tags. Yeah, I will admit that I have done that as well. Um, take a look at this link again. I am not seeing where to like create the tags, so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding where, like how this link ID maps to logic that runs. Also, again, I really appreciate all these comments. It's really nice to chat with somebody and learn a lot while I'm coding away. I will I will pull this video up to watch in a bit. I don't want to blast it on stream, but I appreciate that link. I'll take a look. But that'll probably explain everything. Thank you. You know what? I'm gonna just I have seen you actually. I think I've seen you in other videos. Very cool. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I'm even subscribed to Jason Wyman. I don't subscribe to too many people, but you know, it's gotta share the love, I guess. I'll check out Christina's video after this as well. Well, actually, I will, I'm gonna go ahead and revert these changes. I'm not gonna switch over to TextMesh Pro just right this second. I'm gonna jump back to that people tool that I was gonna build. Um, I'm slowest in the UI code, but once I get the format a little set up, I should be a lot faster in building the rest of the functionality. But I think it's a pretty fun game so far. I'm mostly just adding a little more, so I'll keep working on it over time. But I wanted to get it to a state where I can actually like release a first version for people to play. UI is a bit of a mess. I usually write a command pattern and make everything work as commands. And on the UI front, I use the plate. Oh, interesting. Yeah, scaling is what I have the most difficulty with. I just redid all the windows in this game because I built it for itch and it wasn't perfectly 1080p. So obviously everything broke. Just a matter of binding buttons to commands. That seems like you can probably set it up with just like, I mean, the code for the event listeners. That seems nice. Um, yeah, maybe I'll give that a try sometime. How do you mean? So I'm familiar with command pattern in like the logic of how to like I've implemented it for undo and redo and stuff, but in terms of setting up a UI, what kind of commands would you have? For a fake UI, for example, I have an event bus, have a button generically feed events into it, say chat down or chat click or chat minimize. And I can subscribe to the topic or the window and have a script listen for the event and run the command. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I can already see how that would be really nice for, I mean, some of my like minimize and maximize and like unminimize code is duplicated in a couple places because just like scope of what I'm interacting with, I do minimizing a little bit different in a few places. That would probably be really nice to have that all just be a simple command that I can have a window be passed through. Have data and setting. Blackboard system works as a state manager. Okay. So you have a single data store with key references and all active. Yeah. One of the things I want to change with how I'm managing the state in my windows is obviously it all resets when I reload the scene. But if you open a window and move it around and then switch to someone's computer and switch back, I still want that window to be open and moved. So I'm gonna want to re-architect how I'm storing like window positions and state across the whole desktop for each employee. So maybe I'll look at kind of a command pattern that lets me manipulate that state on Windows, and then that state is just what gets stored in like a yeah, I guess I could. I mean, I'm using scriptable objects for my people, so I can modify stuff as they go. If I did a scriptable object for each window, that makes sense. And I mean, I also, like, you can open the file manager twice, which I guess makes sense, but you can open two chat windows with the same person right now. So if I backed a window with a scriptable object and like trying to instantiate a window from that scriptable object, if you opened a chat window with the same person, you could probably make it just open the same window, which would be nice. All things referenced. So for example, I did a rhythm game with a scriptable object named song, and I would write lyrics, spectrum data, etc. And any element in the game could react to beat elements without knowing what song, just listening to events. Interesting. Yeah, so you could have, I mean, that's cool, like pulses on elements to the beats happening in the song. Huh. Yeah, I feel like that like asynchronous event-driven mindset is something I'm still wrapping my brain around. I mean in web I very much I mean obviously you have like promises and stuff, but it's very uh, top to bottom direct this runs then this runs, but branching everything out and having them interconnect is seems very powerful. Extra nice hack, you can, when you click a script in the project view, you can assign a scriptable object there. Whenever you add component, it auto fills that one in. Script in the project view. So when you click a script in the project view, you can assign a scriptable object there. If a script has public fields, you can assign script defaults. Interesting. Field is an object that exists in the scene you can't because it doesn't have a like term. Huh. Oh. Okay. Interesting. How do you... Oh. Yeah, I see. So that's where you would drop your scriptable object in as a default. Interesting. Okay. Huh. And they just get set as defaults when you drop the script onto an object. Nice. Okay, that makes sense. Huh. Okay. It's a good tip. Trying to think of any scripts here that I don't actually pass scriptable objects around too much here, other than like I mostly just use them to like encapsulate data. Runtime initialize on load function. I know I have seen that function called exactly once. Uh, is that actually what I'm using in my start screen loader? I don't think so. No, it was on play mode state changed. No, what is... I'll beat you to it. That's not it. Runtime initialize on load. So it can be set on a static function to basically run code as the game loads before or after scenes. After scenes, you say? Interesting. Slap a prefab into the runtime, so even an empty scene can have a manager, classes, and a fade in, a UI, etc. Interesting. Hmm. So could you use this on your game manager script to, well, let me rephrase. One problem I have with my game manager script is I have it as a singleton and it persists across scenes. So obviously I want to make sure that it's the same one across scenes. And I don't want to duplicate it as I'm going from scene to scene. So my solution right now is I create it in the start scene, and if I'm testing another scene, I just throw a quick little redirect in the start screen. So I've got some code that makes sure my play button always starts the start screen, which grabs my singleton objects that I want, and then I transition over to the scene I actually want to test, and it brings those objects along. Um, could you use something like this to kind of either instantiate or grab a game manager on any scene? That's what I mean. Don't put them in scenes or destroy them. Instead, that code you saw runs at the first scene regardless of what it is. So it makes a singleton. That's perfect. Um, if you don't put them in scenes, you just need to make sure all the defaults and stuff are set in the code. It's a prefab that has the config in it. Okay, let me check that out. It's probably the game manager. Go screen. You can also use the scriptable object references between the managers and the scene. That seems so much cleaner than this like janky loading of managers in one scene to pass them along. And I have this specifically for just always making sure that I start my start screen before passing over into the scene I actually want to run, which is disabled now because I'm working in my debugging scene, but you get it. For example, I'd use one. Interesting. Yeah, that seems really nice. You're basically you get the benefits of having this singleton in every scene without the weird setup process of figuring out where it's coming from. Sounds like you just kind of inject it in each scene. Does this also persisted across scenes? Like if you load it in on the first scene that you loaded in on and then you change some values, it's not gonna destroy it. Yeah, I guess it won't destroy it. So it'll keep those changes in the next scene that you load. That's nice. Okay. I mean, I know this is a 3D starter project. I'll probably just grab it anyway because logic should be the same for 2D. I mostly do 2D games. But the fade is nice. I have pretty janky fading where I create sprites, scale them up in the start function, and then just lerp the opacity. Uh, so handling that in like the game manager or on like anything that can be called at the beginning or end of a scene makes a lot more sense. Including an obsidian vault. I have not seen that before. That's brilliant. Nice. Very cool. More good tips. I I'm glad that I got the chat showing up on the stream today, both for everybody to read those tips, but also for me to have after the streams. I can go back and reference. You need to make a 2D start kit, though. Yeah. I can't imagine it would be. I mean, obviously you've got like your first-person controller and stuff, Cinemachine, stuff like that. I'll grab that 2D start kit. I have used Obsidian a little bit. I mostly used it for a Swedish class that I was taking uh, last year. So I haven't dived deep into like the awesome things that it can do, but I really like the tree. Uh, I know people love it. Like either people the dichotomy of Obsidian is you either love it or you haven't used it yet. So I feel like I always want to use it more, but I also feel like I get so distracted with my tooling sometimes that I need to just get to work, uh, stop playing around with all the tools. But you know, sometimes they make the work a little easier. Ah, very cool. I didn't know it was that customizable, but that makes sense. I know they're very developer friendly. Yeah, I know Electron gets a bad rep, um, and I think in a lot of cases it deserves it, but Obsidian is one of those Electron apps that I have never noticed it like having the Electron lag. Uh, Seems very well made, which is very cool. Press the Chrome and oh, very cool. So yeah, I guess you can just like chuck JavaScript in. You can probably restyle stuff really well. Probably just inject like CSS sheets. Huh. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I imagine they probably have like plugin APIs and stuff. I haven't looked at it, but it seems like something they would do. CSS injection is native. Yeah, like monkey scripting. REST has plugins. Okay, cool. Yeah, it seems like I've only ever heard good things about Obsidian, and I've only ever heard of people being like, oh my god, this is amazing, you have to try it. So I'm always so surprised when I meet people that haven't even heard of it. Cool, this is called DataView that lets you write SQL queries against your notes like a database. Huh. So very like non-relational database matching. Does it does it like generate columns in those tables? Like structure it that way, or is it just more like free-form content matching? Native is HTML table with tags and fields you choose from the metadata. Interesting. Yeah, that's that sounds very cool. Like if I used Obsidian more than I do, I would probably go ham on tweaking it to exactly match what I was looking for. Use a plugin to auto search for books, inject metadata from an API. Huh. Yeah, probably with that book database from earlier. Write my own CSS to list all books by an author and add hover effects. Make a fake 3D book. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I can see how, like, I mean, with my Swedish stuff, be very cool to add hover effects for like different translations and um, some like metadata on what words that I've learned or not, because I have a lot of like just unstructured text that I've pasted in for translation that write HTML into notes. Yeah, I did like a really shorthand markdown, but I like the custom. I'm way more familiar in HTML. sort of go over the top of my automation and tooling, and so I'll use those suspects down to yeah, I think I recognize like one of those. So as much as I love tooling, you probably have me beat there, but or two of those. Um, I'm a big sucker in tooling. I've spent the last like 10 years. I mentioned earlier I was a writer. I built tooling around like world building and writing and organizing all of my character notes and world notes and stuff like that. So that's a lot of where I've come from. Uh, but I always love just like browsing new tools and getting inspired like, ooh, I can organize my notes in a new way, or this might I searched for this thing a bunch. I can automate that. I love getting distracted in efficiency shaving ways. Uh, yeah, that's very cool. Especially because yeah, you can just do like HTML and JavaScript and stuff. So you add all that interactivity. Um, Auto JSON readers handle by them inject the entire. Yeah, looking up those rules probably really important. Huh. Very cool. Yeah, I'll have to check out Obsidian more. I think I just started using Notion a couple months ago when we started this company. I was putting all my notes originally in Obsidian, but I Obsidian Sync had some problem I couldn't remember, or I can't remember why we didn't go with Obsidian Sync for like uh, sharing those notes among the company. Um, so I was putting in my Obsidian notebook in a GitHub repo for a while, but getting it pushed and pulled all the time by everyone wasn't uh, great. Um, but yeah, we switched to Notion just for kind of like a multiplayer markdown rendering, which has been nice. It's been writer tools that let you shuffle chapters, use in modes to hide UI, track writing totals. Yeah, I will throw a quick little shout out for Notebook.ai if you're a writer. Let me log out actually. This is the tool I built for myself almost a decade ago that I was working full time on before this studio, but it has a lot of very semantic pages that you can create for different types of things in your world, and it links them all together. And there's some AI image generation, there's search, there's filtering, there's a bunch of stuff. So I kind of went ham on tooling for this and some similar stuff that I built around it, and getting it working in like Google Docs and other stuff as well. Uh, but I wish I were better at Mark or not Markdown, Obsidian now, because I feel like that's kind of so customizable. You can build a lot more of those little scripts and automations that are more tailored to you instead of having bigger tool. Yeah, it's been a while. I've been doing web dev for a long time and making games like little demos on the side, and it's been nice to flip those. Um, Flip the focus at least. Um, but I thought I could escape responsive design by switching to games, and here I am again working in UI and getting everything scaling properly and working on different resolutions and all that jazz. There's a newer UI system. I have not. I didn't even know there was a newer UI system. I just switched to the new input system and I like it so much nicer. If there's inspired by standard web technologies, visual tree, data binding, Flexbox. Huh. I'll add this to the list. Huh. I will definitely have to look that up because this UI system reminds me of like Visual Basic and the first year of like Android development when nothing worked and everything was technically drag and drop, but you had to go in and edit the XML manually and it was awful. And yeah, I feel like I don't know how long we've been chatting on the stream, but you've kind of exposed me to new things that I didn't even know existed, which will be very, very nice. Go further if you're familiar with Expression Blend, something called Noesis UI that literally loads blend files. I am not familiar with Expression Blend. Maybe that's my limit, but if it's nice, maybe I'll learn it. Um, I am going to step away for just 1 second. I'm gonna make a quick bathroom run. I will be right back, but thank you for the tip on the new UI system. Definitely gonna check that out. Probably not in this project, but I'm itching to start a new project in the next day or two, uh, just to learn some of the new stuff. So I'll be right back, but thank you. Oh no, what is this? Oh no. Raiding with a party of 30. I've literally never even seen a raid before. I'm ready to parlay with your captain. Not muted anymore. hope so. Just about to make a mess, but they came back. Oh, good. I did come back. I was going to the bathroom, guys. You gotta go to the bathroom every once in a while. I don't have a BRB screen. I didn't even know I needed a BRB screen. uh, welcome to my stream. I'm a game developer building games, and I was just having a delightful conversation with another developer who was teaching me everything that I didn't know, just over and over again, being like, "Hey, why are you doing that? This is a way better way." And I was like, "Yeah, that is a way better way. I will show you the game. Let me show you." I'm in the middle of editing some stuff, so hopefully nothing breaks. But this is a social engineering simulator where you play as a hacker who has compromised the computer of somebody who works at a large company, this intern named Alice. So you go ahead and log in as Alice and have full access to her computer. As you can see, it's right here. Delightful cutscene here. It's nice because it's hiding all the AI stuff happening in the background to generate her computer, her file system. Yes, Alice Bob. I actually need to rename, I can't remember who my E person is. Ethan? He's going to become Eve after this. Good idea. AI generates conversations for everyone in this game. So there's a whole bunch of employees that have conversations with each other. They all have file systems you can browse through. You're on Alice's computer with a virus.exe file. You can read all her files. You can talk to her coworkers. You can send them your virus.exe file. If you can convince them to run it, then you'll gain access to their computer, and you have access to their coworkers, and so on. It's all very sandboxy right now. There's no goals to shoot for. You can kind of make your own, like, game volume is a touch loud compared with the mic. Let me drop that down a little bit. Thank you. You can kind of set your own goals now. You can try and affect a whole department. You can try and find the shortest route to the CEO. You can look for, like, you might add applications that each person has later. Like, developers have these sort of things that they can use, so maybe you want to go find a developer and so you need to find the shortest route there. But it's kind of a little desktop simulator. This is what I'm apparently breaking, and let me go ahead and just ignore all of this. You're dropped into Alice's computers. Yeah, so when you start out, you're on Alice's computer. You have a couple of contacts. I'm building a people tool right now that lets you look up people and see the relationships. So you'll see that this is your boss, Bob. This is his assistant. You're just Bob's intern, so these are the only people you can talk to. And you'll be able to read a little more about Bob's personality and Carol's personality, so you can kind of get a better sense of how you want to manipulate them. But all these conversations are generated on the fly to start with, so you have kind of a sense of the theme and tone that you want to kind of match if you're pretending to be Alice. You also have all of Alice's files that are generated on the fly, so you've got her personal notes, her really personal diary, which if you click on will also be generated on the fly, which I'm using GPT 3.5 right now for the stream, but it's much faster when you switch over to 4. But the cool thing is if you go talk to Carol and say, hey, just wanted to, let's see, what are we talking about? I need sales figures and expense breakdown. Just want to say thanks for helping out with the expense report earlier. I'll send it over in a sec for your approval. Let me minimize that real quick. Oh, alright, well, apparently messages send when you defocus, which makes sense. But I primed her saying I'm going to send over a file, she's expecting it. I'm going to go over and send her this very inconspicuously named virus.exe file. And surely this old lady will run it, no questions asked. I'll take a look at it right away. Please let me know if there's anything else I can do for you. If you know what you're doing, you'll notice that this icon is slowly turning red because she did in fact run it on her computer, and we're now generating all of her contacts, her conversations, her files, everything. So you can also kind of see that in this terminal output for debugging. But when that's all complete, we will gain full access to her computer, and we'll get a little message telling us that we've infected someone else. Cool, we have. We can now switch over from Alice's computer. I mean, if we want, we can go talk to Bob, do the same thing to him. But we can go over to Carol's computer, which still fixing things. She's got her own like desktop background. I think you'll hear the rain sounds are slightly different. The like typing ambient noise is slightly different. She has her own files. She's got this virus.exe that you just sent her, so now you can go to her contacts. So she also knows David, who is a link over to like the sales department. So if you're interested in infecting those guys, you probably want to infect Carol and then David. But if you want to stay in like finance, Bob's probably the way to go because his boss is like director or something like that. You can see the people you've already infected. Obviously Alice is infected. You can chat with people, you can browse through files. Just realized we never checked out that diary file that we decrypted. Will you have something like an organogram so you can visually track where you've been in the company? I'm not familiar with organogram. Yes, I would love to do that, and I think I was just looking for some free assets that would do the tree for me. I didn't see anything, but I'll probably just build the tree myself. It'd be really nice. This is a great example, actually. If you start, this is not at all what I wanted, but you're starting with an intern. So if you want to get to a specific person, it'd be nice to be able to say, oh, I'm here, I need to infect this guy, then this guy, go over to this guy, go down to this person. So both for planning and like obviously I'll do some tracking, like color them red when you've infected them so you can see that you've infected a whole department or where the path that you've taken. I think would be really cool. That's a good idea. I'm going to check out this really personal diary that generated. And all these also incorporate the state of like the LLM knows that we're generating files for Alice, who has this job role, her boss's name is this, her coworkers are named this, she has a personality, she has professional goals that she wants, like some people really want to raise, some people really want to make more friends at work. Lots of like little personality tweaks that you can kind of pick up on and use against them. Yeah, I'm also crap with names. I've just gone with the A, B, C, D, E, F, G strategy right now, so people are kind of just mapping the numbers for me, but I think a tree or a map would be really good for I haven't decided if I want to build out the rest of the company by hand so I can kind of craft the narrative that I want, or basically let you say like, I want to generate the company Google or generate micro something soft, and have it generate all the people and company stuff on its own. So as you get less formulaic names, being able to track them all is probably a really good idea. So Alice is really feeling like a fish out of water at work. She mentions her boss, she mentions her coworker. There's gossip that you can find out about people. Apparently Bob and Carol are having a secret romance. I didn't know that. But I really like finding the tea like that because you can also drag files themselves into... actually maybe we send that to her boss. And I noticed there's a Thoughts on Bob file as well. But the contents of the file get encoded into the LLM message as well. So she's saying, hey, like, I know you're feeling like a fish out of water, but it's fine, like everybody's nervous, you're doing great. And he is apparently friendly, but he does comment on the office romance line. But this is GPT 3.5, so it's less accurate than the 4, which uses a lot more tokens real fast, so I'm just testing with this for now. Actually, yeah, I guess there's still a link in my stream for the actual game if you want to play it. It's up on itch.io. Yes, the prompt generation for GPT is pretty tightly controlled. I'll show you what I have. Basically just... I have these 4 prompts. I built a little library for prompt management. I have these 4 prompts that do an action, basically, and I fill them full of data from the code. But for an employee conversation, for example, we are Alice, we're talking to Bob, it's just going to fill in, hey, you're an employee at whatever this company is named Bob, here's your username, here's your job title, here's your boss's name, here's your personality, which is all like Bob is very no-nonsense, works hard, all that jazz. This is what he wants. He really wants a promotion. So there's some work to be done on like the mini quests as they are of like, if you find out Bob really wants a promotion, maybe you get on Bob's computer and talk to his boss. But the conversation itself also encodes like how friendly the 2 participants are, and this will also change. So every response that we get back has a new friendliness score based on the message. So people will be more or less responsive to like you being buddy-buddy, or like if Bob has a really low friendliness score, you might need to like warm him up a little bit before you send him virus.exe. There's also actions that they can send, which are very controlled right now. And that's like sending files or executing files. The affinity is between the people, because you as a player are basically masquerading as each person. You, like the hacker behind the scenes, nobody knows that you are you. So like these conversations, you are pretending to be Alice right now. So this is Alice's affinity with Bob and Alice's affinity with Carol. But if you jump over to Carol, you'll see that she has her own affinities with other people. So, for example, if you dive through Bob's files, or if you dive through Carol's files and realize she's a terrible person, maybe you want to go in and sabotage her and message her boss saying, hey, you suck and I quit. Tell Alice she's great. And so you kind of can wreck or build up these affinities if you want. I'll add more that you can do with those, because it is very open-ended. I haven't really decided on goals yet. I'm just working on the functionality for the gameplay, but I think it's a good good system for now that should help out a lot. But that's basically the game. It's very, very sandboxy, very do whatever you want. You can jump over to David's computer, and he has more contacts like in the sales department. But right now, like, it's kind of a little repetitive, like jumping from person to person because the conversations are kind of the same. I'm not incorporating a lot of their personalities as much as I want to yet. I just must have been rated out. Hey, better yet, Shark. It's going great. I've had more people in this stream in the last 2 minutes than I have in all of my streams for the last 2 months. So yeah, this is a really like shenanigan heavy game. Basically, anything with conversation, that's like because you have so many different people you can act as, you can kind of pick and choose who you want to do shenanigans from. So terrible people obviously just troll all their coworkers, get them to hate them. If you find good people, maybe convince them, like talk to their boss and talk them into a raise or something. But also if you like burn all your bridges with all these coworkers, you're gonna have other people probably that you can jump over to and keep playing basically and talk to their coworkers as a new person. And I'm gonna build out some more like applications and stuff that you can interact with the computers in different ways. But that's kind of the gist of it right now. I have it up on itch.io. If everyone or if anyone wants to play it, you can play it in your browser right now at this URL. There were a lot of people playing earlier, so I may have burned through all my OpenAI credits. Nope, we got $1 left, so let me reload that real fast. But yeah, feel free to play as much as you want. It's very sandboxy. I like it. Question for you. You're Alice, you tell Bob. So the answer to that is no. That is something I'm going to add. It's a fun and hard problem. So the example I use is you're Alice and you talk to Bob and you say, hey, are you going to the party on Friday? And he answers or not. But if you then jump over to Carol and talk to Bob and you say, hey, what day was that party again? He should be able to search conversations, search files, whatever he needs to do to look for anything related to parties, which I think it's called embedding database is what I want to use for it. So you can basically encode I think the text for your games. Let me finish my. So you can basically encode the text into basically something that's a lot easier to search faster instead of doing fuzzy search on a bunch of text. So then Bob could go find any existing text that is related to parties and inject that into the LLM prompt. So he has a little more, or the LLM prompt has a little more context to build his answer from. But that's something I haven't implemented yet. My previous project only had one agent that you could respond to, so that wasn't an issue, and now I'm seeing that that's a lot more important as you scale up the number of people you can talk to. You want to make sure that context stays the same. So on the payment thing, if you want to cut down on your costing, you can take the text of your game, send it to do vector encoding, and then send the encoding when asking questions, and you can use that extra context in response. It's far cheaper than sending in paragraphs. Yeah, that's a good call. We're standing up our own LLM server right now that will be able to, when you have your own server with your own model, you can plan on that flat cost every month with unlimited generations unless you scale up more servers, blah, blah, blah. That's what we're going to do for sure because OpenAI is pretty pricey when you have a lot of people playing and there's a lot of generations going on in the background. But it is very good for this quick development because I've only been working on this for about 2 weeks. It's been really nice to just throw in an API. I built myself a little OpenAI service, so I think I have it in such a way that I can build myself a Chroma Golem service when we have our server set up, and I can just swap them out, change the generation method to call the Chroma Golem one instead. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I really want to... I mean, the ultimate goal is to move all this to on-device, obviously for cost reasons, but also for like latency and like I really hate games that require online connections. The balance will probably strike is letting you choose between whether you want a on-device model or like provide your own API key or like I don't know what we're gonna do for our own servers, but I think we're mostly waiting on Unity Centis to release. I think it was sometime either November, December. And we'll probably look at using that for local models. Just because I have less experience getting like more native dependencies working. Hugging Face APIs would be good. We actually trained our own models originally for like different NPC professions and threw them on Hugging Face and had a lot of luck there. But maybe that's a good idea. I need to look more at how Hugging Face works with your own models. I've mostly just downloaded models from there, but it'd be great to use an API to models that are hosted there. Kilted Ninja. So what happens if Alice turns up at work? It's a great question, and something that I am considering doing because it is really interesting strategy-wise. Obviously, if you message, say, if you are Alice and you message Carol this file, the real Alice, if she were to open a chat message, would see these messages and be like, hey, I didn't send this. That's super weird. I think at this point it's a balance of like, how realistic do I want to be, or can I make a really cool strategic thing? Because here's an example scenario that could play out. You log in as Alice, you message Bob, you say, hey, you're the worst. Bob responds, and the real Alice shows up. She opens a chat with Bob. She sees this trail that you've left behind. And what she probably does is she opens a notepad window on her desktop and says, who is there? Who are you? And she's on to you. So maybe at that point you effectively have another chat window. Yeah, maybe she just goes to tech support and you get logged out and it's like, alright, do you have any other computers to log in from? And you basically at that point need to balance the resources of like, how much of a trail do I want to leave behind while I'm infecting these people? But what she could do is open a message with you and you need to like, maybe you message back to her in that notepad and say, hi, I am tech support. Somebody's been on your computer. I'm already figuring out what was going on. Don't worry about it. I've kicked them off. It's fine. So let me catch up on some of these messages. Not straight on the phone to tech support. I should put you in touch with Corvallis. He has been experimenting with Unity Hugging Face for a month. He was one of the keynote speakers at Jason White's AI conference. Yeah, that would actually be really good because we have intentionally held off on trying to integrate Hugging Face or local models into Unity directly just because we knew Centis was coming out soon. But it'd kind of be nice to have our own solutions so we don't need to rely on potential price changes and stuff in Centis. And I would love to pick someone's brain who has already kind of jump-started and seen what's possible and what the challenges are. and I'm sure my coworker or co-founder would love to talk to him as well. If you want to, thank you. I would love to get in touch with him. Would be awesome if you can do mad stuff like store a temp file on a coffee machine or printer or something mental in case you get booted out. Yeah, that's a good idea. I hadn't even thought about like the Internet of Things angle. Like, there's a fax machine on the network and it's out of date, and one of the applications I'm thinking about adding in is a terminal, which will probably just hallucinate like responses, but with some of that game state baked in of did you infect this machine or not. But it would be really cool to have those sorts of like non-conversational machines that you could infect, and then like from those maybe there's some sort of more hacky way that you regain your access. Like you're on Alice's computer, she finds out, you get kicked off, you go over to your fax machine and like try and SSH back to her computer and add yourself back as a login, or like get her new password or something like that. Reminds me of that crazy laser pointer aimed at an Alexa through a window to trigger an audio interaction to get it to open a garage door. Huh, I have not seen that. But yes, I think the more over-the-top Rube Goldberg machine, the cooler that it will be. I think it's a good base right now, and I think it's kind of like repetitive, just like you infect your first person and then you jump over to their computer and it's the same. It's just different people. So I definitely want to add more like wide options of like how you jump from computer to computer. One idea that I was toying with earlier with the people tool is like some HR features for resetting people's passwords that have password reset questions, so you can, it's way less suspicious to like go talk to somebody and say, hey, what was your dog's name, than to say like, hey, here's this virus.exe file. And maybe like some yeah, something with a terminal maybe. There's a lot of different ways you can go, and I think there's probably a lot of fun to unearth. It's like this role-playing as a hacker. Yeah, I think I am leaning more towards maybe, like right now all these previous conversations are all generated, but I'm leaning more towards stripping that out and crafting the story I want to tell through those previous conversations, and then leaning on the LLM to go from there, kind of separating out like the initial game state. Right now it's all generated. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad you like it. It's a lot to work on and it's really fun. So I'll keep working on it. While you're here, I guess I'll mention one more time. We have a Discord that if anyone wants to join it, it's mostly for gamers and game devs, and specifically game devs working with AI. The Discord link is in the channel description, and I stream every Tuesday too. So feel free to join if you'd like. Fun narrative option is subversion. So imagine you hack a person and try to run the same scam, but they are in the middle of their own personal drama, like they are being blackmailed or mid-hostage negotiation, and you are forced to get involved and get left-fielded. I love that, actually. And that would also be really, really simple to add in, actually. I think you could even just bake that into a prompt and rely on the LLM. Like if Harold, instead of just personality and professional goals, I mean, you can tweak those, but you could also have like some sort of context for what they're dealing with right now, or like how busy they are, what's going on right now. And if you incorporated that into the prompt, if you had a value of like, he's at the bank talking on his phone while being hostage for a bank robbery, it creates this really interesting, like, almost like a side quest, sub quest. It'd be really cool if you could get more involved, like if there was some reason for him to give his phone to the robber so you could negotiate with the robber. I like that. I'm gonna think on that. I think, yeah, being blackmailed is really cool. I think incorporating like secrets, if everyone's like, maybe there's office romances, or like somebody is being blackmailed, or somebody, maybe your boss knows that you're going to be fired tomorrow, but he hasn't told you yet. Yeah, I think that'd be really fun to explore, and I think that gives a lot more. I'm learning a lot more in the balance of how much you want to give AI as leeway versus how much you want AI to like augment your handcrafted story, and like just punting it all to the AI is really nice for a quick prototype, but I think as I'm refining it more, I think I'm seeing a lot more stories that I want to tell, and I think that probably goes really hand in hand of like, you set up the situation of there's a bank robbery happening, alright, deal with it, and then once you get to the end, it's you're back to like this initial game state, but the LLM is the path that you took there. Reminds me a lot of what I thought Watch Dogs would be whenever I first heard of it so many years ago, except listening to the actual guts of it. Yeah, I bought Watch Dogs on day one, and I was so disappointed. I played it for like maybe 70 hours even, just because I wanted to love it because of the premise. And it was so very like repetitive because every person felt the same. And I didn't even bother with Watch Dogs 2, but I think it was better. I just didn't, I couldn't get into it. Let's see. Once had a conversation with it about zombie penguins on a murder spree. They ended up being bank robbers. You then had to talk them down. Yeah, I think over-the-top things like that is just perfect. Like, maybe there's, I mean, difficulty sliders doesn't really make a lot of sense in conversational games like this, traditionally, but they could make a lot of sense for, like, chaos and, like, absurdity. Like, your normal difficulty is very normal, but if you bump it up to, like, hard difficulty, you start seeing a lot more weirdness. Like, you talk to Bob and he's become a beetle today, I don't know, or this guy is in the middle of a hostage negotiation. Stuff like that happens probably a lot more frequently at harder difficulties, so maybe there's some sort of slider you can use in like how much realism you want in the game versus how weird do you want it to be, because I think a lot of the realism also makes it repetitive, so there's definitely a balance there. Personality sliders is a great idea. We have basically just text-based personalities right now that we pass in through to the LLM. I really like what RimWorld does with personality tags, or like mixing and matching, like this person is really mean and is prone to falling asleep commonly, and also like short and has a short temper. So you get like this mixing and matching of just tags that all kind of play together in interesting ways. Maybe I can, that's probably a lot easier to kind of rein in the possibilities, but still have a lot of combinations, and then pass those combinations in as their personality to the LLM. And they could also have like strengths on each one if we wanted sliders. Like, he's mean, but it's a strength of 500 versus a strength of 1. One thing I do a lot when asking questions is have embodying TV show characters, but still be a programmer. It takes the boldness out of a generic friendly bot. Have it act like a sassy hacker chick. I loved Warehouse 13. How tall is an elephant? I don't know, dude, but it's probably bigger than the both of us put together. I think it might have been Warehouse 31, but that was such a good show. I am sad that it's over. Having some mix and match of personality tags might make it easier than handwriting whole paragraphs of personality text. Yeah. Yeah, the original goal was, I mean, I hand wrote all these by hand, but it's also super simple to literally just tell ChatGPT to generate a paragraph of a personality for someone. It's, this was more for like crafting specific personalities, but I think maybe some aspect of this plus tags is probably a good balance of like, I can kind of control what the people at this company are like. And yeah. I've been on stream now for 4 hours, and I was planning on 2, but someone came in and kept teaching me things, so I'm drawing it out and learning as much as I can, and the brainstormings are really fun. I was theoretically reaching the end of this project, and now I have so many more ideas of what to add in, so I'll probably keep working on it. And yeah, there's so much to do. I will probably end the stream in like 15 or so minutes, but I do stream every Tuesday, and yeah, the scope creep is a constant problem. I narrowed it down to all this just to get the core loop going, and it's literally quote-unquote a computer, so you can add anything you want. There's let me pull up this all of this stuff is stuff that I was considering adding on the stream. Obviously there's a bunch of like low-level stuff that I still should do, like being able to resize windows and having typing indicators and renaming files so you're not sending virus.exe and so on, like branding the chat application, blah blah blah. All that's fun, but I mean, all these, adding a people tool like a terminal. You could also have email clients where you generate all these emails for these people, and like you could send emails to people outside of the company, maybe attach files that way. I don't know. You can put games in the game. I had an idea of like, a lot of people want scores, some sort of score tracked in the game. So having like the virus that you're using also do some hypothetical like sentiment analysis, or like tracking how many messages you've sent, how many files you've sent that have been run versus haven't been run, stuff like that, where you can kind of get a score. I was going to add in a little virus scanner. White labeling would be cool. I might do some like levels for like different size companies, so small, medium, and large. And it'd be interesting to have like that large company be, I mean, you can choose between like Google or like Nike or Amazon, I don't know, big companies where you can kind of guide the story a little bit. One caution when using canvases. What do you use instead of canvases? Do you just render everything in the game world? Ah. Oh, I see. So, okay. So yeah, you isolate what'll actually refresh other things. Try to bucket the refreshes together. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just using one big canvas, so it'd make a lot of sense to, I mean, lots of stuff could probably be stripped out. That's a good point. I hadn't considered that. Next, you're going to be telling me there's a new canvas system too. Same principle as culling. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the big things that change are the chat windows and basically any window that you can drag around. So this obviously doesn't need to be updating any of the other windows. Huh. Yeah. And when I slowly lerp this icon from white to red over the period of 60 seconds, it's like refreshing everything in the whole canvas. That makes sense. Not medium. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check out the new UI system. It seems really interesting. I'm slowly learning this UI system, but I do have a lot of qualms with things that I probably just don't understand. But if there's a better approach to it, I might as well learn the new thing anyway. I have heard only bad things about layout groups, especially the grid layout groups. They cause those refreshes. Okay, turn them off when not needed. So, like, if I minimize this window or this window, I probably should be turning off that component directly as well, even if they're not going to update. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess you don't really need them on all the time anyway, because once they've aligned the child objects, you can just turn them off unless you add another child object, I assume. That's a good point. Probably very nice and performant to work through. The profiler is something that I've been putting off learning as well, which I will learn. Frame debugger. Okay. Yeah, I think both of those I will look at more off stream just to spend more time learning them. But I appreciate that tip. Cat really wants to lay on my keyboard right now. Sorry, bud. Yeah, they do move stuff around a lot. Yeah, there's our frame debugger right there. Let's just poke a little around. It's gonna be terrible and I'm sorry, but I need a decoy keyboard. I should pull my wife's keyboard over. Step by step of drawing a single frame, you can see it draw each layer. Okay. Let's. Oh, I see. Huh. So yeah, there's a lot of draws that don't seem to do anything. Like if I scroll up to, yeah, like from here to here, it's all the same. Also a matter of batching. Start drawing in layers. Yeah, a lot in here as well. I see. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You can also see like how many render calls each window costs, which is nice. Like I have 82 here, but if I open up the applications tab, it's 87 versus this guy. It's a big chunk. There's probably a lot to learn here, but that tells me there's a lot more rendering happening with those windows versus the more simpler one, obviously, I guess. I wouldn't expect this to have a lot either, but it's decent. Uh, Thank you for joining Kilted Ninja. Appreciate all the chats. I have never experienced a raid before. That was fun, and I'm glad you liked the game. Thank you. And I see you joined the Discord as well. Thanks. We'll say hi to you in there too. Plus, you can do other sexy hacks like you can capture the screen, render something to a texture, then you can draw the texture. Yes. If you have stacks, turn the light. I only just started learning about rendering cameras to a texture in my like yesterday. So I was trying to figure out how to put a particle system in front of my canvas. So I believe I stuck the particle system off camera, pointed a camera at that, rendered that camera to a texture, and then put the texture over my canvas, if I remember right. I actually couldn't get the transparency on that texture working properly, so I don't have that in the start screen right here because I think I just moved everything to world space. Yeah, I did. So I could stick the particle system in front of it. But yeah, it looks crazy what you can do. That's probably how you do like mini maps and stuff like that, right? Um, like have a camera pointing at your world from above, maybe at a lower resolution, and then render that to a texture so you can stick that in your UI. You can also create a texture 2D object whenever you want with a scale of pixels and literally like pixel data to it. Interesting. Editor tools for Atlas has all icons in a single texture. That'd be nice. Yeah, I feel like once I learn a little more about debugging, I'll probably get really into the optimization aspect of everything. It's all very hand wavy right now that I'm like, oh, this is probably uh, better code, but I haven't actually measured anything. So once I have those measurements, I'm going to go pretty hard on, oh, well, now is this better? Is this better? There's a crazy example. My friend has an ECS game that has 10,000 entities on screen. Explosion particles, he writes all the positions for a texture and then does a single particle emit call. Dang, yeah. the ECS system in Unity looks really cool. Um, Unfortunately, I haven't had a project where I've needed to use it yet, but I was just talking to some other company that's basically building a competitor to Unity's ECS system that's optimized for like also giving each entity its own like AI backing, just some optimization there, and I think some optimization in like the how the memory is stored for something low level that Unity isn't doing. But I look forward to the day where I have those problems, and there's so many things on screen that I need to optimize more for. Um, I will keep these tips in mind. Jason, do you stream at all? I would love to tune into one of your streams sometime. If so, I feel like you seem like the kind of guy that I can probably learn a lot from just watching too. And I'm fixing to get off my stream in just a few minutes. As um, much as I'm learning, I need to figure out some dinner soon. Haven't really yet. Been thinking about it. Well, you just got your first viewer. If you ping me anytime you do, um, I'll definitely check out more of your chats, weekend chats, Friday chats on YouTube. I have a YouTube channel and a second channel called Jason Story 2 where I do side stuff like talk about Obsidian. Okay, yeah. Uh, I'll add that to the list to check out as well.
Hey,
Jason
remember me?
Story
I want to
2,
show you
because I
something.
think the
You know the tile map
tooling
system, which lets
aspect
you
is
easily
something I'm
create.
also interested in. I'll subscribe to that. Well, cool. We didn't build that people tool. We did get a start on it. We did a whole bunch of other stuff earlier. The game is looking pretty good. There's a lot to be done. There's a lot that could be done, but it's very playable now. If anybody still in the stream wants to play it, there's a link bottom right, right here. And I will reiterate that I stream every Tuesday. So if you want to follow me here on Twitch, you can, or you can just come back on Tuesdays. My game studio with my friend Andrew also has a Discord server for game developers and gamers. Our big focus on is on figuring out interesting ways to use AI, specifically around AI in strategy games and using AI for emergent mechanics, kind of generating these new experiences in games that weren't really possible before LLMs. Um, we are building a bunch of demos right now, so the more people, the better. The more feedback we can get on these demos will help us figure out what we want to incorporate into the bigger strategy game that we'll start on soon. We're also on like every social media platform under Chroma Golem. Um, and we would love to have everyone along. And if you want to, I will reach out to you, Jason, about Corvallis and maybe Russell. We actually are chatting with InWorld right now, just their like, what's the term for like outreach people? We're also going to host some game jams soon. So we've got a couple open conversations with a couple of companies on like potential sponsorships. But I would love to talk about anything really, anytime you have had uh, a lot of really interesting, very helpful information, and I really appreciate you being on the stream. Um, I'll reach out to you on Discord about talking to Corvallis about AI and anything else we can do. So, I know you don't use Twitch too often, but I appreciate it. I appreciate the raid, however that happened. I'll start going to the bathroom more on stream, I guess, and, or off stream. And I had a really good time. It's been almost a 5 hour stream, so I'm gonna go have some dinner and then play some games and then maybe make some more games. So thanks everyone. I'll see you next Tuesday at 1 p.m. PST. But obviously, I go along and keep going. So see you then.